we're going to do it right. And this guy is a deep ball thrower. I think he matches up well with how they want to play. He led all FBS 10.8 yards per attempt. Malik Neighbors, you think he likes hearing that? We want to get vertical in the passing game once he gets his opportunity to get on the field. I think it's a great fit, but I love that they're thinking of it this way, CD, which is this is a process, and we're going to develop. And over the next 2 days, we're going to hear a number of those receivers he threw to Ole Miss. They're going to come off the board. We're going to be talking about. I love Jackson Dart. I think he's a great player. I really do. And I think he can work at the next level. He's a lot more athletic than people realize in terms of using his legs. I just don't trust him. I mean, you could make it work with Saquon Barkley. Drafted Daniel Jones. It didn't work out. And they've got the Curtis Jessup, two wide receivers. Santiago's not being touched. We're transferring onto the base. Trace May, the third quarterback. You know those orders are falling out. I just, I get it. I'm telling Giants fans that are pushing back on that notion that they can't move a trade for his eyes. It's remains to be seen. He does need to develop. So, like, that's perfect that Russ is going to be the starter. In my estimation, you make picks and through lanes. You provide answers for your team. You fortify your philosophy, or you create questions that and that trade create other questions. So I would disagree with that just from the standpoint it wasn't their first pick, it was their second pick. And they weren't listening to what they're saying. They're talking about development. It's not his time right now. You got Daniel Jones at 6, it is Daniel Jones' time. This is not his. It's in you remember when they started, you remember Baker's reaction. It'd be interesting to see what Jackson Dart does. At the press conference, the first question was about this situation. You know what's funny? Is he had three draft picks last year. Two of them first next year. They were spent on teams that
Test.
somebody other than a quarterback, and the team that traded into the quarterback didn't
Test.
have capital in next year's first round, just a third next year. Go figure, right? I mean, we will see what happens tonight. Top of the hour when the Browns go on the clock.
All right. Test. Yeah. All right. We're live ish.
First, experience the feeling yourself. Your person's that is not. It's 10 year days, 10 first summer students, chemistries. Farmers well, I think that's not enough. That's why our freshman year food becomes pre-portioned just for you. Because a confident, healthy weight. No one does it like that. The greatest thing that he does is be able to highlight our local community. Where I come from has made me the player that I am. The way I do is just for the people that help you along the way. Shagger Youth Project, they have a way to help people out. Help these kids see that everything is achievable, whether you're from a reservation or not. Working in law enforcement and in juvenile detention center, I see the back end of it, like how kids are getting here, but I want to see the front end in a sense. How can I take what I've done and show students the reality of life? Maybe I can go to schools to see what can I do to help these students. I would say that anyone who's looking to further their career with GCU, take a leap of faith and just trust the process. I didn't think that I could literally go back to school after finishing undergraduate with the classes that GCU offered. I found myself taking things from classes that I was in and inputting it into my
All
own
right, so
process.
we are
And
in.
stepping
The
from
NFL draft is about to start in about 24
undergrad to
minutes.
GCU, like
Packers will be on the clock at pick
just
54.
to me,
And recapping off yesterday, Green Bay, first off, it was everything I could have hoped it would be for the Packers. They put on just a wonderful display for the rest of the league, how to handle this raucous occasion for a small town city. Everything was handled really well, I thought, in my opinion. Obviously, that's from someone who's 5,000 miles away, but you gotta really like what they put on display for everyone to see. And in all honesty, it's just a wonderful display. It's just great to see. You've got the athletes who are there in the green room, fans out in the parking lot, and I know some people are saying it's in the parking lot of Lambeau. Well, no kidding. Where do you think it was gonna be? It's not some random field in the middle of nowhere. It's not an intersection in the middle of some streets. You're as close to hallowed ground, and they weren't going to let people in the stadiums. That's too much liability. But you got to enjoy what you're seeing as a Packers fan. I think it's already a hit success. This only makes me hopeful that within the next decade, the Packers will get another draft. And to top it all off, the Packers, um, the Packers went ahead and took with their first pick a wide receiver to end their 23-year drought at the position in the first round. They took the Longhorn speedster, Matthew Golden, who you know depending on where how you feel about certain thresholds that Green Bay's had, their attitude towards wide receivers. He's a little on the smaller side. He didn't come do a complete testing profile at the combine, but you look at what he does on film. Jake Shavink had a really good breakdown at his abilities, what he does from the position, and you've got to like what you're going to be able to get out of him. If you're Matt LaFleur, Jordan Love's going to really enjoy playing with this kid because he just his ability to separate. It's a different kind of thing than what Devontae did, whereas Devontae was a lot of shake, shimmy, setup kind of stuff. Um, Golden, it's more of the prototypical. This guy can drop his hips in 3 steps, and in 3 steps, he's in and out of a break, and they're all square, very precise cuts, no rounded bends or anything like that. So you really like what he does on film. My biggest question with the pick was honestly whether Green Bay would go that route, because um, like I said, he is smaller. LaFleur has had a history of when a guy is smaller, he limits them to a slot guy. But I'm just hoping that they plug him in as their X and Z and they let him, hello, figuratively and literally run with it. And just an exceptional athlete, adjusts really well to the ball. I've had several tweets out there joking that he's really good at it because his quarterbacks, despite national talk, were not very good in college. Mainly the starter. I'll give the Bloodlines one, the Manning. I'll give Arch a pass because he wasn't the starter, but Ewers, I think, was a um, grossly just over talked about, overhyped prospect. I don't think he has an NFL arm. I don't think he does anything outside the structure of his offense in terms of like if it's not given to him on a silver platter, he doesn't know what to do. And saw him adjust to a lot of dead duck, flying duck type of throws. So you really like to see what you've got from that kind of player. And I just think that he provides a different kind of speed threat than what the Packers have on roster. I see a lot of people putting down that he's a similar athlete to Uh, he's a similar athlete um, to Bo Melton, just by RAS. Hint, hint. That's why Lafleur says they use RAS, or not. They don't use RAS. They use the same times measurables, but they come up with their own composite athletic grading system. And again, that's where you get into the whole like, do you watch film and all that kind of stuff? Because yeah, comparatively similar build, similar athlete, but Melton is nowhere near the football player that Golden is. If he was, you wouldn't feel the need to take a Golden in the first round because Melton would be your wide receiver one or two, but he can't even get snaps. He can't even get on as a secondary deep threat in the offense. And I honestly do hope that they continue to add to the offensive side. I know they need to address some positions, and we'll get into that in the next few minutes. But in all honesty, I've said it since the day he stepped on the field as the starter in 2023. The front office needs to do more to support Jordan Love, and I know certain people are going to take that as see, you're admitting he's not as good. Look at what Favre had when he walked into the starting position. Look at what Rodgers had at his disposal is when he walked in 2008. They have some players they like. They have some nice talent at the position. I'm a Romeo Dobbs guy. That's my dude from 2021. I wanted the Packers to get him, but there is no Sterling Sharp. There is no Greg Jennings. There is no even Donald Driver entering the twilight of his career equivalent on this roster right now. I think some of those guys can get there, between Reed, if he catches the routine passes, Wicks, if he continues the improvement he made at the end of last season, Dobbs, if he can really just expand his role. But you have to continue to add talent to that room, especially if you're going to leverage the offense to lean on Love's right arm more than you did last year, which I do think the lean on the run game was a result of the injuries that Love was dealing with. So um, if you're gonna leverage this offense to favor Love's passing, you have to give him more options to throw to, especially if Kraft is going to be that guy who is more of a relief valve target, doesn't get out unless there is unless it's a design play where he's not doesn't have at the snap blocking responsibilities. You've got to diversify and continue to add players. That's honestly why I think that tight end is definitely, I don't want to say a glaring need, but it's a position that they would take because you've got to continue to add to the position and um, help your quarterback out. I know they have a lot of faith in him. The monetary commitment they've made to him speaks to that. But at the same time, you've got to go in and continue to buttress that. You've got to go in and buttress that you have to go and support that. You can't just go in, you can't go half baked. You've got to go in both feet. And no, I'm repeating myself a little bit, but that's how these things go. You've got to give your quarterback the chance he needs to make it happen. And it's gonna be I do think it's going to be the backbone of part of this draft. Now, getting into day two needs. Go down, honey. Um, Day two needs. What do the Packers need left? So they've addressed there weren't many options for guys in this class who I thought could be top of the top of the call sheet wide receiver ones. That takes a specific archetype, skill set. Um, Golden is on the smaller side, but he has elite traits to him. His short area quickness, his start stop 0 to 60 speed, and just his overall top speed. No matter what you hear people say about does he play to the 4.29 times speed or not, I'm not someone who loses sleep over that kind of talk. But you've got to get it going there. And so, in addition to that, what does Green Bay need? You still need help on the interior of the defensive line. You like what you saw from on Devontae Wyatt, but also, that got curtailed by injury. He still doesn't play the run well. So you're looking for another guy who could cross train as that three tech, but is a little bit more stout on early downs. Kenny Clark, I think that he's going to bounce back, but at the same time, you've got to prepare for the future. He's turning 30 this season, so you can't rely on him be, the he's 21 jokes. They're sadly over, but that's why you have to keep adding talent to that position as well. Um, Defensive end, this is a position where a lot of fans and defensive end and corner fall into that realm of fans think they need help there. The team, for whatever, however you want to read into it, the team really likes the guys they've got in the room. That said, this is the round where if the right guy falls to you, you've got, you won't pass up that value because you've got your receiver, you've helped your quarterback out. Your O line is pretty set. No matter what you think about Jordan Morgan comments in this offseason, you've got at minimum 5 good starters on that O line, and you're gonna let Morgan duke it out on at left tackle with Rasheed Walker. In in the case of in the case of your tight end room, you do have two options. Like I said, you could see an ad there because as much as I do bang the table that Musgrave's injuries have been unfortunate, they have been injuries. You've had to deal with them, and you can't leave any stone unturned, and you can't pass up. So this is where I do wonder a Harold Fannin Jr. who could be everything LaFleur and Groot wanted Josiah DeGuara to be. Um, you've got that option. You have Mason Taylor. You have options at that position, but I do think if you're going that route, you've got to take a guy in the second round because there's a severe talent drop off after that. Um, Going into linebacker on the defensive side, second level, the Packers really like what they've got in Edge Cooper, and the fans do too. Mixed bag on Quay Walker. I'm a Quay Walker supporter, but also, there's some unanswered questions in that regard. And then you didn't see Teron Hopper at any point where, there were no snaps that mattered on his season. So do you go and get another athletic linebacker from this class? Carson Swessinger, if he makes it to 54. Second level safety, I know a lot of people say, why would they take another safety? They don't have another true center field type on roster. I don't know necessarily who that guy is on day 2, but that is someone that they could look at. Or if Emanwari slips to 54, he definitely could be in the running. And then corner and edge are the two that everyone points at and stands up and jumps at. Like I said earlier, they seem to like the guys they have in the room better than we do. Mileage varies on that depending on where you stand. But hey, I'm hoping for a big year from Lucas. The one thing that people don't give these guys credit for is Lucas, Rashawn, they're hard offseason workers. They want to be better. They know what the talk is. Um, and our fearless leader is here. Joe, Iowa Joe from the scene of the crime. How are you doing in Titletown, USA, sir?
Well, right now it's a bit damp. It just stopped raining, so everybody's crowding in and things are getting ready to
Hold
kick
on, as
off.
I
But
cannot hear Joe. Hold on, hold that thought. Okay, I got you now.
hey, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. That was a boneheaded mistake on my part. How are you doing? Go
Well,
for it.
I told you. Um, but yeah, it just stopped raining about 10, 15 minutes ago. I got me a nice little comfy spot that I can see everything going on, and I'm gonna hang out for a bit.
Right on. We are glad to hear it. What's it looking like out there today? Any fun sights? Um, like what's the vibes feeling today?
You know, I said this to somebody else. Had I been 20 years younger or something like that, there'd been probably a lot more for me. Because they've got a lot of the stuff like the play 60 stuff that you can do, like run the 40 and kick a field goal and throw Hail Marys and shit like that. But I'm too old and broke down to be doing that stuff at the moment.
I,
Please mute. I
I
was
do
just
believe I
shut
was
up.
one of those people you told that to, and Honestly, I feel that too. Like it, it would be fun. That's definitely one of those family experience kind of things. But I know, like I just the atmosphere. I know you said you weren't in the mosh pit in front of the stage yesterday, but how has the overall atmosphere at the draft been from what you've seen?
So from the area that I'm sitting, I'm not that far away from everything. Uh, when there were crowd reactions, I could literally feel them. So, like when they would boo the Bears, I could feel it. When Goodell was on stage, I could feel it because that's just how many people were doing it. I know somebody said on one of the social medias that it was probably 95% Packer fans. I'd probably put it more like 85% because there's a good showing of other teams around here. So I mean, yeah, it's quite the experience. I Who would have ever thought that Green Bay would be hosting something like this?
It just it just yeah, I started off the live stream with that. I still can't believe it's happening in our lifetime. In the, like you said, I know we're not in the participate in all the festivities part of this, of what Titletown has put together for the draft, but I still can't believe they were awarded the draft, that they're getting to host it. But I'm just so glad that everyone seems to be into it. I didn't have any doubts that Green Bay would turn out well for it, but just from my point of view, watching the draft on the TV, you do see a lot of people, a lot of different teams fans. Obviously, there's a heavy, heavy green and gold sway in terms of the crowd, but you do see a lot of teams represented. But Joe, just so
Well,
people,
here, I'm going to turn my camera real quick.
yeah, and just for reference, please, if you are there, anyone who's there, anyone who knows anyone who is at the draft, Joe, where are you? Where could people find you to say hello to you?
Well, if you can see, right there's the Leap statue.
Hey, hey.
So, yeah, and you can look here. I got this nice little bench right here, and I just went in and got me a little seat cushion. So now I can sit here and be comfortable. And like I said, I can hear the majority of the things going on. Here, I'm going to turn the camera again so you can kind of see where I'm at compared to everything.
That is awesome. Yeah, you can see the Lambo facade. Um, is that Yeah, like you said, you're right by the Leap statue, so that's an awesome spot. I never doubted you would find an excellent spot, but that is pretty special. That is where you that is where you were able to post up and make camp. Yeah, so I've just been kind of going into what Green Bay is looking to do today. They addressed one of their top needs in terms of not just any receiving option, but a guy with top of the call sheet, top of the call sheet
Now let's give
ceiling.
credit where credit is
I'm
due. If
getting
anybody,
there. Hold on, hold your horses. So, and I fully admit that I had my reservations where Green Bay would go on this one because, you know, they've tended to like a certain body type for their perimeter guys, all that kind of stuff. But our fearless leader, Iowa Joe, on our mock draft last week, called his shot and said they are taking Matthew Golden. He will be their new Greg Jennings type to lead this receiving core. Joe, because you got that one right, Pit, pitch your flag. Where are they going day two?
well, now I am going to put this out there. You never see me and Goody in the same room together, so I'm just going to kind of put that out there. I was telling somebody earlier that because of what they did with the first round, they didn't move around, they didn't jump up, they didn't go any lower. I do have a feeling that their second round pick is going to be a trade down. I don't think that they're going to stay put unless something like an Edge Cooper from last year happens, where there's just a guy that nobody figured he would be there. I know during the mock draft I said Trey Amos, but Mike, you guys and anybody watching and listening, just as well as I do that there's been a ton of guys that have fallen. You got Rebel out of East Carolina. You got your boy Will Johnson out of Michigan, even though it doesn't really sound great with his medical stuff. Um, let's see, what's the other corner? I took Trey Amos. He's still on the board. Uh, who knows? This could be a year that they double down on wide receiver. I don't personally see it back to back, but it's possible because there are guys there that would be perfect for it. Uh, you've got some defensive ends out there. My boy Donovan Ezriaku from Austin College is still on the board. Uh, who's the guy that they had in from Oregon? Birch.
Birch. Yeah.
Birch is he's still on the board. I
Very
personally
Packers
think,
name. Very Packers name because tree, Green Bay.
yeah, I mean that's a bit of a leap there, considering their first round pick was a golden. Um, I know somebody pointed out on Blue Sky, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to quote you on this one, but it would be perfect to see Mike Green to be drafted by the Packers to have Green and Golden as your first and second round picks. I know there's maybe some off the field things with Green there that probably leaves him off the board, but that would be a fun name tandem. If I had to shoot my shot and it's not a trade down, then I I just have a feeling that if Ezriaku just is right there for their next pick in the second round, that's going to end up happening. He's got the ties with Halfley. He's got the ability. If he's sitting on the board when the Packers are picking without trading up, trading down, or anything like that, I just have a feeling that's going to be who they go with.
I can see it, and yeah, no True
Now
North.
I'm going
I
to
am
run
not
upstairs
taking my
real
damn
quick to
jersey.
my office. I'm going to run upstairs real quick to my office and make sure we have that down on the board that it's Ezriaku. What
But
were you saying, Mike?
no, so just kind of to and I'm gonna just mute you because you have a lot of background noise. Thanks, True North. And no, the jersey is not coming off. I'm double tasking it today. I'm hosting and there's a playoff game. But Joe, something you pointed out, it's something that I talked to Brendan Dwerzinski. I tweeted back and forth with him about. But wide receiver, I do think they need to add more pass catching options. You have the uncertainty with the Watson injury, his contract status, Dobbs's contract status, and to churn the guys behind or above Jaden Reed and Dontavian Wicks. Like you said, I don't know that they would go back to back this early at wide receiver, but if the right guy is there, if Jaden Higgins slip slides to 54, maybe. I know your thoughts because of the rival school, but if he's there, or if they're very high on Jalen Royals, obviously not overlapping because of age difference, but Jordan Love's fellow Aggie, that
Well,
could
I'm
be a
going to
route they
mute
might
real
go.
quick. I
Yeah,
have a feeling because of the body type they took with Golden that they will be looking for somebody a little bit bigger. So
right.
maybe a Higgins. Um, um, I'm blanking on somebody else at the moment, but somebody in that size. Because Burden is still on the board. Noel from Iowa State's still on the board. I was high on Noel more than I was Higgins, but because they've already taken Golden, I don't see them doubling down on that body type, especially when they've got the better version there with Golden. But yeah, like I said, if push comes to shove, I really do see a trade down, and then whatever pick happens there. But I don't see them double dipping wide receivers back to back unless something amazing like falls into their lap where they can trade back and still take their guy. But I like I said, if I'm going to push for anything, it's going to be like I said. I still have a feeling that if they stay put, the guys there, it's going to be Ezriaku just because of everything that I said earlier. But yeah, the Higgins would make sense. But like I said, that would have to be, he's sitting there in the third round. They don't really have anybody else on the big board, and they make the play there. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. So going to hopping around a little bit, the Ezeraku one, that is one of the few guys I can see them moving up for, and the reason I'm not as high, like thinking they'll do it is because they really have been so adamant that they are happy with their edge room, and to a further extent happy with their corner room. Take that with a grain of salt. Nothing. It's lying season, as our friend Brian Maffey likes to say. But at the same time, there's so many signs, like you pointed out. Donovan played for Hafley. Hafley recruited this kid, coached this kid up. Is a big reason why he is he's going to be a top 100 pick. There's nothing that's come out that points flag. Nothing like a Will Johnson situation where you're kind of like, ooh. And I do think that that's one, and he'd have to make it to the 40s. You're not going. I don't see Goot going up to the 30s to get him. But if he slides to like 42, 44 kind of thing, where you're moving up like the 10 to 12 spots, that's a range where the cost isn't so prohibitive that I could see them um, doing something like that to sort of grease the wheels and just kind of make something happen in that regard. I can see it. So, what do you think in terms of a potential trade up, though, in that regard?
Honestly, disagree with you on a trade up. Just because Goody has said numerous times that he wants to give more picks. That's just always been Goody's MO is he always wants to have more picks. I mean, I suppose in the right circumstances, if they really believe in a guy like Ezriaku, which I do, I really think he was probably one of the, maybe not like a top 5 edge rusher, but he was definitely in talks of like top 10, just barely out of the top 5 edge rushers. Maybe if they really believe in it and Halfley's pounding the table for it, then yeah, let's go for it. But if there's a trade that happens, I really believe they're going to drop down and not move up.
As you noted, it has been his MO. For the three of you that are watching this, I apologize for any noises you hear in the background of my kids. Just hoping that that'll drown out whatever background noise you're hearing from Joe. But hey, that's how we do it on Ohana Packers edition. It's no holds barred. We're raw. We tell it like we see it, and you're gonna get the full experience. I promise that while the language may not be PG, visual it will be PG. So um, we're gonna keep it as kosher as we can in that
Well,
regard.
now let's put the disclaimer out there. If Will Johnson is the Packers pick, Mike will be streaking down the road.
I won't be streaking. I might cry on live stream for the first time in my life, but I will not streak. I will. That's one of those. That's the side of the That's the side of the draft you absolutely hate to see. It
Got the
happens every
ESPN
year.
guys over there filming.
You are not on NFL Network right now, just FYI. But getting back to Will Johnson, you know, that's the side of the draft you absolutely hate to see when it happens. Guys who, have been like, he is a top 5, top 10 pick going into the process. The evaluation, the comprehensive medicals that they do at the combine revealed his knee problem. Mafi sent it around one of the chats were in that he did like almost like a ligament replacement surgery sort of thing for his knee. The funny thing is I don't believe he ever missed time for a knee when he was at Michigan, or at least it was never reported that way. He missed time with an ankle and a calf, I believe it was, in 2023, and then last year it was turf toe that he dealt with. But you know, you see guys slide for all different kinds of reasons, but when it's something that it's sort of out of their control, like this knee issue is for Johnson. And I don't say this only because he's a. Oh, gonna let the live stuff roll whenever you've got it. So don't worry. We will give it. Hi, Kobe. But like, just getting back to Will, I would say that for any prospect, so long as it's not off the field, if it's not anything that, quote unquote, they fuck around and found out. Like, you just hate to see a player like that, fall for reasons that are out of their control. But we'll see how Green Bay feels about it. If he makes it to 54, I do think that that would be a really enticing option for them. But it'll also depend who's on the board. Like you get into a zone where say hi, Uncle Joe. Hi, Joe. Hi, Jalen.
Hi, Uncle
Where's
George.
the kiddo?
We're hopping in and out. But like I said, it'll be interesting if they get to 54. If Johnson is still on the board, and say Azarea Thomas is on the board, because those are two similar players. Johnson is the more proven producer, little bit better instincts. I don't think Thomas is that far behind, but the on-field production and play, the film, that's where you give Johnson a little bit more of a pass for not being an elite athlete, as opposed to Thomas, where he has good film, but there are some holes in it as well, or areas of improvement. So we'll see where it goes. But um, Joe, any prospects that you would go and get arrested for if the Packers took them today?
Do you really have to ask that question? If Caleb Johnson was drafted, I would probably be kicked out of Lambeau forever.
Oh, we are men of our word, and I know. Hey, like I said, we are who we are. We do not shy away from the fact that we are loyal but honest about our college players. But hey, we know how easy it is to cheer for kids that you've already been cheering for, and I just think that
Right. And I always
yeah,
say that, and I'll tell these guys if I ever meet them that, I've watched you from the day you set foot on campus to the day you got drafted, and that's the reason why I like the NFL a little bit more than I like college football, because you can get in, you can
Kobe.
behind players a little bit more. Yeah. Now, truthfully, I'm not going to do anything stupid. I'm too old and broke down right now to be running through anything. But this would be one happy Packer Hawkeye fan if Caleb Johnson was the pick. It's probably not going to happen. It's more likely that it'll be a Will Johnson or something like that. But if there was any inkling that they would say Caleb Johnson for the Packers, then who knows what the hell will happen. I might start drinking again. I haven't drank in like 6 years.
Complete life changes. But no, like I said, we love to joke, we love to rib with each other. But okay, I've put up True North's comment. So we've got 21 picks. The Browns pick is coming up right now. But True North's comments here. Would you have taken that Falcons trade?
You're going to have to give me the details of the Falcons trade because I didn't quite have all the details on it. I'm actually here. Look, this is where I'm at. I didn't really see the details.
Okay, hold on. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Who's gonna get it first? Okay, so the Rams. Oh shucks, no, I don't want that one. Boogers. Da, 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 da. Okay, so the Rams traded. I hate these ones that don't show just the friggin' outline of it. Okay, wait, that's my mistake. I should have looked on, just on Twitter for it. Da, 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 da. Okay, so the Rams, they got pick 26, pick 101, so that's a third, I believe. And then the Rams got pick 46, pick 242, which is a seventh this year. But the icing on the cake is the Falcons' 2026 first round pick.
Now, is he saying that he would have took that as a trade down?
Yeah, as a trade down. And now the one
Okay.
difference that I'm seeing is because the Rams pick was 26, the Packers were 23. Maybe you would have gotten pick 87 from them instead of pick 101. But regardless, you're getting like a low third, high fourth round pick to move. But the like I said, the icing on the cake is that 2026 first round pick. Would you have done that deal?
I worry about if Golden would have still been on the board. There is a little bit of scuttlebutt that maybe the Ravens could have been potential for Golden, and in that case, I probably wouldn't have. But if you could somehow guarantee me that Golden would still be on the board at pick 26, then yeah, I'd have done it all day long. Because I don't know who that next tier would have been to make that pick. Do they stick around in the first round if Golden's not on the board? Do they take an Ezriaku? Do they reach for a Higgins or the kid from Stanford? Um, Now, I don't. This is where I'm going to disagree with True North a little bit. I don't think they would have booed had they known that they would have still been in the first round. But if it would have been a complete trade out of the first round, I think there would be like pitchforks and torches and everything else.
And okay, and on the opposite end of this, I do not think this is a matter of um Murphy saying like, no, we need to pick in the first round. I do think they liked Golden that much as a prospect. That, like I said, that was a need. Despite what anyone may tell you about the pick, that was a clear and present need for this team.
Call them
And
out, Mike. Do it. Call it out. There's just probably not enough people.
but they needed that target,
If
and
you're not
I
going to do it, I'm
do.
going to do it. Hazim, what's his last name? Is it Watson? Hazim, you need to rethink things. I understand you got to stick up for your kid. If I was in your position, I'd do the same thing. If Mike was in your position, he would stick for his kid. But you can't call it a dumb move because you've got to get the Christian Watson colored glasses off your eyes because first, this is the last year of your kid's contract. Second, your kid had a major injury that he probably won't be back until November. Third, what do the Packers do until Watson gets back to full health? They had to have something. I don't know if you saw it, Mike, but I just saw it on the big board. The Higgins just
I think it's going by right now for me. Oh yeah, there it is. See, I can spoil because you're ahead of me. So cross one off the old list. But no,
I couldn't tell. Was it the Browns or did the Texans trade up? It looked like the
no,
Texans traded up.
no. So I think the Texans might have traded up. I missed that. Sorry, I'm actually doing a little work here. But what's it called? No, the Browns picked first. They took Carson Swessinger, the linebacker from UCLA, and then Texans. I don't know if they moved up or just that was their pick, but at so Swessinger was pick 33, and then Jaden Higgins is pick 34. So that's a nice pick for the Texans. They paired Jaden Higgins with excuse me, with my Wolverine, Nico Collins. The Seahawks are in fact trading out of pick 35 right now. Are they trading out or trading in? I always hate this when how the ticker works. Hold on, we are waiting to see that. But no, and the one of the, and I know that I didn't hear the whole exchange and all that kind of stuff, but one of the tweets that I did see is, what role does he play? It's not the same role that your son plays. And I know that's going to confuse some, but like, Golden is not just a deep threat. I need Packers fans to get that out of their head that they took him to be a vertical threat only. Christian has made a lot of improvements, but one, he's coming off of knee reconstruction. Seattle traded into pick 35, by the way. He's coming off of knee reconstruction. It's going to take time for him to get lateral movement back, comfortable moving laterally again. That's just how this thing works. And two, there is no comparison in the kind of route runner that Golden is compared to Watson. There's a lot of things that Watson does really well and will continue to be the better option for on this team, but they are not the same players. Therefore, there's potentially some role overlap, but they are not the same player. They are not playing the same position unless like it's one snap here, one snap there kind of thing. So like you said, no need to blow your load over what this directly means. Exactly, True North. this is it. It's the Reed spot. But also at the same time, I don't want LaFleur to lock. I don't want him to lock Golden into a slot only role. He needs to play X. He needs to play Z. You need to see him on the perimeter. Yes, he'll play some slot because that's what teams do. Your best guy is going to go find the mismatch. At the same time, excuse me. At the same time, you're going to go with the best option. Some people are like, why do guys play in the slot? Yes, the guy is a perimeter guy, but if there's a better matchup for him in the slot, you're not going to bang your head against the wall. You're going to utilize what you've got. So people are looking at this in a one way, like they're trying to look at it in black and white, as opposed to it being a potentially franchise changing move in terms of what um, Golden is going to mean for this franchise moving forward. The big thing that I've got to say is um, the big thing I've got to say is um, if you're a Watson fan or a Watson believer, don't stop believing in him. The golden pick should not threaten you. You should look at it as this is not insurance, but it's someone to help take attention away from Watson. Hypothetically, by the time Watson comes back around Thanksgiving, you should have um, you should be getting more opportunities for Watson because you have Golden established, because Tucker Craft has continued to ascend, because Jaden Reed is on the field, because what's it called? Dobbs has taken another leap, because Wicks has fixed the drops issues. Whatever it is, the run game, don't look at them as singular events. You've got to look at it as a congealed, overarching thing. And yeah, as Kobe is saying,
If anybody should be worried, I would think it's more Wicks than anything, because this is going to put the pressure on Wicks to say, "Yeah, we love what you can do, but you need to catch the damn ball." So I think this does that for them.
agreed. So
Um,
it's honestly both Wicks and Reed, because if Reed isn't going to make the routine catches, they're going to put Golden in his spot. If Wicks isn't going to catch the ball as the primary, man beater separator option at the top of the call sheet, Golden is going to play there. So, like you said, he's not playing the same role as Watson. You cannot look at they both ran a 4.3 or below 40. No, don't. That's not what they're doing here. They're going to play completely different roles in this offense. The only part where it may overlap is they may be the top threat when they're on the field. And North, you're absolutely correct. The reports is that they would have tried to extend Dobbs already. Like there would be a Dobbs, like Dobbs would have signed, sealed, delivered an extension at this point if there wasn't the concerns about the concussions. So, like I said, there's so many balls up in the air, and that's why I do think we could see another wide receiver pick today on day 2. I doubt it's going to be this pick unless the right guy falls, especially with Higgins going off the board at 34. But because of the uncertainty with Dobbs and the concussion, because of the uncertainty of Watson's recovery from the thing about Watson's injury, it wasn't quote unquote just an ACL. It was the dreaded ACL and other damage. That it's not the same, but that's where you go down the road of, do you get into a potential Bakhtiari like situation where that guy is never quite the same, all that kind of stuff and sorts. So you've got to play it out. And then on top of it, Reed's and Wicks. Reed has the big highlight plays, but and Reed stands don't want to hear it. He's been as inconsistent at Wicks. He just has a longer rope because he's got pelts on his wall. That's a Seahawk pick if I saw one. The Seahawks just picked Nick Emenwari from
yeah, it
South
was
Carolina.
Furman from North Carolina. I can't.
Hey!
What was his position? Is it a running back?
Oh no! Sorry. No. The Seahawks are picking Emenwari, the safety from South Carolina.
Okay, yeah, I knew it was the. Okay, yeah.
Mafi is in the house.
Finally.
We've brought you in solely to do apology. Nah, I'm kidding. Mafi, we're just kind of going around the room. We recapped the golden pick.
Yeah.
Um, in terms of needs for the Packers today, okay, so needs are here and there, all that kind of stuff. But what route do you see the Packers going today, just based on where the board stands right now? The talk that fans, I went into it earlier in the stream, that fans have this feeling that they lack talent in the cornerback room, in the defensive end room.
Uh huh.
The Packers have, again, they've continued to double down that they like the pieces they have in the room. At corner, they've used the line, we're looking for bodies at the position, not top end talent. Take
Yeah.
that what you will. But just in terms of where the board relatively sits now, what needs are there. Where do you see Green Bay going in 18 picks, as they're on 36 right now by my look?
Right. Probably maybe edge, I guess. I don't know, or D tackle. I'm not sure. Um, got 18 picks to go, so it could go. They could really go anywhere. They could even go corner. I'd say those are the three kind of the three main positions they kind of need.
Yeah. So, any names that you've got highlighted in that? I know, like I said, it's 18 picks away. Joe Thomas is up there, about to
Yeah, I can spoil the pick if you want it.
go for it.
It's the one of the running backs from Ohio State.
Judkins. Judkins went to Cleveland.
That's interesting. I'm shocked, but whatever. Let other teams be other teams. That's Henderson is another. As much as we joke about the Caleb Johnson thing, about potential Travion Henderson look, as much as I like Marshawn Lloyd, they don't know if he's going to play. He was unhealthy last season. One, quote unquote, regular injury. One, appendicitis that no one
Yeah.
can really plan for in life. So, and at the same time, what is the depth chart around him? No more AJ Dillon. I know they love Chris Brooks. They really like Emmanuel Wilson, but those are two. That's a street free agent cut by another team and a undrafted free agent. You have your former third round pick from last year. So, do you think that's a direction the team could go in?
If,
Yeah, like
if it's me, not until the later rounds. I mean, I do think the running back is a sneaky need, but it's definitely not like a major need. So unless and this is the homer side of it, unless like Caleb Johnson falls to the fourth round, I just don't see it being that early.
yeah, I just don't see them taking a running back. Because Emmanuel Wilson played well last year, and excuse me, Chris Brooks played pretty well last year for what he was asked to do. I don't think they take one until like day three.
And looking at Lloyd. I know he didn't play much in the preseason, but there was a definitive role, and like there was a set of like 5 to 10 plays they had in the back pocket for him. And I know that plans change and all that kind of stuff, but they very clearly liked him a lot, and they still see a role for him moving forward. So, and Goot does not give up on day two picks this early unless like their leg falls off or they commit, and we haven't seen it, but unless they commit some heinous crime that there is no coming back from. So he's gonna get Packers fans are gonna roll their eyes, but he's gonna get the Stokes treatment, even Josh Jackson, where it's like it took until his fourth year before they were like, all right, the charade is over and we're gonna get Isaac Yadam for him kind of thing and stuff. So all right.
Did you guys
Another
talk about
top.
the? Sorry, did you
Go
guys
for it.
talk about the Eman Worry pick?
No, I touched on it lightly, but
Uh,
by just saying such a Seattle pick.
well, no, it's weird because that's such a Pete Carroll pick.
And he's not there no more.
Yeah, I know, which is weird.
Which, okay, the thing is though, is the way McDonald runs his defense, he does like to be in his nickel a lot. And I can see where Emanwari starts high, or not high, but he starts deeper, split or strong safety look, and then he is the He is the box safety, box safety linebacker look. Or honestly, I like him better as just a strong safety, but it
Yeah.
gives you the flexibility, and he does like to play a lot of cover three looks. Like that's his backbone. So I see it, but I know it is. I do agree with you that it does feel like a pick from like 5-10 years ago, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was pretty poetic that it's Richard Sherman announcing the pick and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was one that kind of like, oh, okay. We talked about this a little bit. Donovan Ezeuruaku,
Right.
he's still on the board. I think it's very slim that it happens, but if there was ever a time that Halfley is going to get to throw his weight around in the draft room and say, look, get me my guy. I know he's a hard worker. He's going to improve, all that kind of stuff. He's going to fit my scheme. That said, I said it would take him getting to at least 42, maybe 44 before you even start to call other teams about trying to move up to get him.
Mhm.
But I'm pretty sure I know where you say, do you even think he's really in the mix at 54 to start off with?
I don't think so. I mean, just because he's under 250. I mean, I would like him in Green Bay. I mean, obviously, but and if they took him, I'd be happy. But I don't think
And
they will.
and just to go back to it, so many people are going to say he picked the wide receiver, the small wide receiver. Times are different. Not apples to apples. And Golden,
But
there's
I
a
hate that
very
because he's not a small wide receiver. He's a 5'11", 6 foot. It's not like he's 5'9", 140 pounds like a Tank Dell, or where he's 5'4", whatever. He's a prototypical wide receiver, and I've said this before, and I said this on our mock draft. He's he's a Greg Jennings build. He may not be the Greg Jennings player, but he is a Greg Jennings build, and that's been their prototype until they started signing some undrafted free agents like an Alan Lazard, and then they took Christian Watson a couple a couple years.
okay. I gotta finish some stuff real quick. You two can go and lead the talk for a second. Um, Brian,
Myself.
Joe, take it wherever you want to go. Let's do the cliche.
Hey,
If
you're not
either
supposed to leave. You're
You're the
you're
No,
the
I'm
one
not
that's
host.
in
leaving.
charge of
My
this
ass is
shit.
still going to be sitting here, but
You're the
I gotta
host.
dig here. I gotta pay the bills still. Both of you, your GM for the day. What are you doing? Go.
Um,
Oh, I've already said I would probably, depending on how the board fell, I'd probably be trading back just to get some more picks, and then probably corner, because I don't care what anybody says. Corner is probably going to, whether I still believe that Jair is going to be on the team come September. I really don't see that changing, but who knows what next year is, and the Packers are known to plan a year in advance and not wait until it's that year that they absolutely need it. And that's another reason why I like the golden pick, is because it's the same way. It's not an absolute need right now, but it is a need enough that next year, we don't even know what the wide receiver room's going to be. So I think it's going to be a corner. I'm still going to go with my Amos pick out of Old Miss.
yeah. I mean, I think they could go. I mean, I don't know. It seems like probably reading the tea leaves or whatever. Jair's not going to be there, but I mean, I would like him to be there, obviously, but if he's not there, like they said, they're going to need bodies. Because Dobbs or not Dobbs, Hobbs is going to start, and then Nixon's going to start basically. So those are going to be your outside guys. You got Bullard in the slot. So I mean, your starter's basically set, and then Valentine's going to play a lot of course. So I mean, it's just really bodies to play, special teams and play dime and in case injuries and all that type of stuff. So I mean, they could take a corner in the second, but I think it just depends on how the board falls. They'll look at corner, they'll look at D line, they'll look at edge. I think that's pretty much where they're going to be looking the next few picks is like D line, edge, and corner. yeah, I don't know. It just depends. Like in this, looks like the second round's going kind of crazy right now with all these trades. So I mean, yeah, it just depends how the board
Yeah,
falls.
and that's funny because who was it that said yesterday that the first round was going to be crazy with trades, and it seems like more trades are happening today.
Yeah, yeah.
Keep
It's
talking, Mafia. I got to.
Jeez, now I got to talk by myself. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, so it's crazy, man. I don't
I'll
know.
be here. I'll be here. I'm just not looking.
Uh, I'm all
I
by
got you. I
myself.
got you.
Yeah, so just I don't know what else to say. Until it gets closer, it's hard to really say where they're going to go and who's on the board and stuff. So yeah, so far it's been interesting. I mean, just this all the trades and stuff. I mean, Jonas Savaiinaia went to the Dolphins, so they're continuing to work on their O line. He's going to be a guard, of course. So that's interesting there. Yeah, I'm just looking at just like a Twitter here because they break in all the picks like 5 minutes before they're announced.
Yeah. It's I'm for once just following it on the TV. I haven't honestly done it. I haven't done that in years, honestly. But also, it's because I'm out of screens, and unfortunately, I can't do. I love YouTube TV for a lot of what it does, but it won't let me manually pick the split screen. It only has preset ones, and I cannot pick my Celtics games and the draft at the same time. So uh, first, oh,
What happened?
Jeez, you let somebody else run the show for the change, and they can't even do anything right.
hey, shut up. The mute button is next to the add to scene button. I'm working here.
What's going on?
Who we got?
Who's that?
Please talk, Brian Rago.
Hey!
Oh,
What's up, Brian?
what's up?
But yeah,
Can't hear me.
so I mean,
Yeah,
what
I
pick?
think he's actually in the bowl or in the crowd.
Patriots just took Travion Henderson.
No, okay.
He should have gone before Judkins, but I don't know. I don't know what the Browns are thinking.
Hold on.
Oh,
What the hell do you?
I didn't do it. It's your shitty phone.
yeah.
Okay, I'm not touching your mute. Nope, that was not me. Do not blame me. That was not me.
Well, no, that time I muted it, but for some reason it keeps popping up saying that you're moderating my microphone.
I'm trying to unmute it.
Right.
Well, I'm trying to keep it muted that way you guys aren't hearing all this back.
I'm not touching shit right now. But back to the Travion Henderson point. I know, like that's one of those where I don't understand what certain teams are doing at certain junctures of the draft. Like I said, the upside in my eye for Quinshad is you're getting at ceiling, you're getting the best of Marion Barber. Whereas
Yeah.
with Henderson, you have a contact balance. You have a contact balance home run hitter, and in my opinion, there is no comparison between the two. But you know, to each their own, and so be it. But
Right.
yeah, but okay, just so we have an idea, Brian, how many picks ahead are they on Twitter over the draft? So, on the ticker, they just announced Travion to New England at pick 38. Next is Chicago, boo, New Orleans, and then Chicago again. So, where are they in actual announcements on Twitter on
Uh,
scoops?
yeah, since Travion was the most recent one announced, that was announced like a little while ago. So we'll probably see the Bears pop up here in a couple minutes. But yeah,
Okay.
the Travion one was the most recent one.
I know last night when I was waiting for because okay, inside scoop. in the family, Marisol, my wife, she's from Oceanside, so Chargers fan. My
Yep.
dad is a Steelers fan, child of the '70s, and my mom is a Cowboys fan, also child of the '70s. So it was funny that dad, Marisol, me, 1, 2, 3 in a row kind of thing. It did suck to see Derek Harmon go to my dad's team. Also, absolute best goes out to Derek and his family. Um, that's the kind of story that just absolutely, um, you know, everyone has a backstory going into this thing. Everyone has a family story. But hearing that, his mom passed right after he told her he got picked in the first round, that's just a different kind of heavy. And
Mhm.
we send our thoughts and prayers. Look, I can root for a Sparty. It helps that he went to Oregon afterward, but I can be nice to Sparties. But
Hey, yeah, he was Sparty a while ago, so it's okay. He's not Sparty anymore. He was a Duck.
Sparty a while and a half a person ago. But
I will give them credit. They've got a pretty good house band right now. But it was funny yesterday because the male lead singer was singing Billie Jean, and he couldn't hit the fucking high notes, so he said let the background women or his co-singers or whatever you want to do it or women. He let them hit the high notes. He wouldn't even try.
Meh. That's funny.
I know I heard I didn't see what is in relation to, but that makes more sense. I did see tweets that were saying a bunch of people were saying the band got booed off the stage, so I guess that's what it's referring to. But okay, 15 picks away. Let's take it the board. Like take a gander at the board. So at this point, okay, let's kind of go roll call through positions. So edge, we've talked a little. Who would be the edge that you would take at this point, Brian, if you were the Packers? And like I said, I know they've said that they like the room, but at 54, there are some names that are still on there. Who would be the guy you're taking at 54?
I haven't even looked, but I think they said that no edges have been taken yet so far in the third round or second
Right.
round.
Yeah. I
Uh,
think it's just Schlesinger and Emin Wari as for defensive players to this point.
yeah. So actually, you know what? Let me pull up. Let me pull my where'd it go? My board here. Uh, so I mean, a lot of people talk about Landon Jackson. I don't love his film. I don't feel like he plays his testing.
Can you
Uh,
hear it?
huh?
They were all booing because the Bears pick is up. I was hoping you guys would be able to hear.
It's the Bears. You know, they always suck, so it's okay. It comes to being a Bears fan, and you know you're gonna suck. But yeah, so I think a lot of people like Landon Jackson. Like I said, I don't love him. I think he's kind of like a rotational type guy. I don't think he has like a starter upside. So I don't like as excited. He doesn't play to his testing. But I like JT Somoyo. He's okay. Like I don't again he didn't do the 3-cone. I don't think he would have tested very well in that. I think he's kind of the
Bears
same.
just took Burden.
Oh,
They took who?
Burden.
Burden. Which Burden?
Luther.
From
Oh,
Blue.
yeah, gotcha. Um, yeah, so I don't know. Like this JT Tomoya, there's Kyle Kennard, there's Scourton, there's Oldejo, Kawano's favorite. So there's options. There's plenty of options, I should say. So um, hopefully someone slides down to them.
What about tackle, defensive tackle?
Defensive tackle, pretty much everybody's still there because none of them gone. Really, I mean,
Yeah,
Sanders is there, of course. I don't know if I take him in the second, but Ty Hamilton's, of course, there. I think he's better than some people uh, realize or whatever. Darius Alexander, of course, is still there. Like day two guys. Farmer's still there. They could take Farmer. I think Farmer's kind of underrated. Something board. I think it's a lot
So
of like
Nolan, are they going to?
looking at the defensive tackle board. There's not a super lot of like day 2 guys. There's a bunch of day 3 guys. I feel like.
Yeah, it's like we said. I kept saying it going into the draft that this thing is gonna, it's gonna, the board is gonna just fall so funky this year because it's just gonna. I know it's this way every year that it's dependent on who goes before and all blah 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 all that kind of stuff. But um, you just there's just so there's so because I feel like there's weird talent gaps at different positions, but the positions Green Bay needs most, they haven't had runs at them yet. So yeah, it's kind of like Green
Yeah.
Bay's kind of sitting pretty, and of course I just jinxed it at this point. But
So far.
yeah, so we'll it remains to be seen. We shall see where it goes from there. Okay, Brian, the $1 million question on the board at 54. Let's just, for the sake of argument, say the corners that are. I know this isn't going to happen. The corners that are available now are the corners that are there. Which one are you taking?
Probably Amos. Just looking real quick.
Buffy only said that because I said it. He knows it's the right pick.
I've known Trey Amos. I told you guys it before. I've known Trey Amos back when he was at Louisiana Lafayette. You guys don't even know who he is. Yeah, probably Amos. I mean, maybe Rebel, if Rebel slips down that far, maybe worth it because your starters are basically set this year, so he can kind of like work his way back slowly, type of thing. You don't have to worry about rushing him. Like, oh crap, like he has to play because we don't have anybody else. So I mean, Rebel might be
The only thing I worry about with Porter is he's already 24. So, and like Brian just said, that he's not going to need to be starting right away. Is he going to be able to sit, a couple of years and the Packers tend to not take those guys higher with him being that age.
The Saints just took their Velus Jones.
I gotta wait to see that. Oh my god, that's a reference.
They just took their version of Velus Jones. You'll get the joke when you see the pick.
I am waiting with anticipation, my friend.
Yeah, they haven't even announced it.
Oh yeah,
they're just on TV. They're just showing the happy war room and that scene. So I am waiting on bated breath.
Yeah, I mean, I like him a lot, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Hurry up, Rich! There it is. There it is. Roger is walking. Hurry up, Roger. Walk faster, damn it.
He's 80 years old. What do you expect?
Is he really?
No, I was joking.
Okay. I was like, what?
I couldn't hear what he said. Ramchick was so fucking soft-spoken.
Oh. Whoa. Tyler Show, the quarterback.
Shuck, yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't pronounce his friggin' name.
Forever I thought it was Show. Yeah, forever I thought it was Show, and then they're like, oh, I heard someone go Shuck, and I was like, that can't be right. Some like announcer on TV was like, Tyler Shuck, and I was like, this dumbass doesn't know how to say his name. I looked it up. Oh wait, they got it right. But yeah, there's your Velus Jones. He's ready for the retirement home in like 4 years.
Oh no. I'm just waiting for he was in college with these teammates.
Yep. And with Carr,
why the hell would they take a quarterback?
Well, Carr
because they
has an
had,
injury.
yeah.
Oh, that was Nola. I was thinking it was the Bears for some reason because the Bears had popped up. I was like, what the hell are they taking a quarterback for?
Oh,
But
the Bears next.
I'm wondering if what I've been worried about with Shador is right, because I did see somebody post an anonymous uh, scout that he really tanked his interviews and they were not happy with his attitude and shit like that. So I'm wondering if Shador's taking the fall because nobody's wanting to put up with his bullshit.
You
I don't
know,
know.
you never know until you know. But like I said, that's the that's not the opposite end, but it's on the opposite side of the spectrum from what I was talking about with Will Johnson, where it's like things that are out of their control versus in their control. And my dad said it all the time. You've got to know when to bullshit and when to kiss ass if you want to make it in life. And you know, anyone who's really good at something they do, especially as an athlete, they're gonna have a type A personality, type A plus personality, whatever. And so be it. But honestly, this class and the Brandon Drzinski, he tweeted, who was it? I think it was ran out his own end zone for a safety. He posted a whole like, oh,
Oh,
these are the 2026 quarterbacks. What a great class. And Drzinski's like,
oh, yeah,
huh?
yeah,
Yeah. And I agree. I'm like, okay, no matter what you think about Jordan Love, he's better than all he's better than all these jokers probably ever will be. And you're talking about a lot of them like, oh, there's hope in this class. I'm like, there ain't no hope there. That class looks awful.
Well, it was weird because like he mentioned guys that were,
Seth Rollins on the stage for the Bears.
and
Yeah, the
it
Bills just
was
traded with the Bears.
it was weird because he was mentioned guys like Malachi Nelson, who was like a 5-star coming out, but he's out on like his third school. He just transferred to UTEP. He couldn't win the quarterback job at Boise State over Mad Dog Madden. So it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna trust you're just looking at like 5-star guys. You're not looking at like who's any good, you know?
Yep. That's
And you
that's
mentioned
how it
Nico.
goes. So
You mentioned Nico Imavia, who's like, who knows with him? Like, it's just yeah.
I like I said, there's so many of these quarterback issues or these like I said, there's a lot of people who think they could be a GM. Trust me, there's a lot of shit that you don't want to have to make decisions for, and most of it sucks. So but we say it every year, as people question how important the interview process is, all that kind of stuff. But you like it's so important to hit these interviews correctly. Like you cannot miss if you are a if you're hoping to be a top prospect, because people say like, how can there not be anyone who wants a quarterback like Shadur? But the truth of the matter is it's like there are only so many seats at the table, um and if you don't check off the right boxes, um you're gonna get left off. These are short lists, and guys will leave you off if you don't do certain things well. If you know it, and you look at it, okay, like the way I look at it is, what teams are set like really happy with their quarterback situation? NFC North, it's us.
Yep.
Like, you can point to Goff, but that's a really short term thing. Maybe Detroit's not ready to look for another quarterback, so okay, we'll put Goff in with us. AFC North, Bengals and Ravens are happy with their stuff. So that's half the teams we've gone over so far. Um, and that's not, and then so those are the like their situation. Then you have to also account for they are stuck with their situation. I'd say the other two teams in our division are there where you can't roll over on JJ at this point unless they told you his leg is fucked, kind of thing. And Caleb, you're not going to give up on Caleb after his rookie year. Um, AFC North, the Browns. And they still haven't taken Shador at this point. Steelers are in this weird Twilight Zone area, so they're on the could pick a quarterback list. What's it called? AFC East. They just picked, and I do think Drake is pretty damn good. Buffalo has,
Bears traded to Buffalo.
yeah,
Yep, Buffalo already made the pick.
um,
It's one of our guys that we were hoping would possibly slide to the Packers.
of course it is. That's how life is. Oh, Lee Evans reading the pick. That's a good deep dig by the Bills.
Oh, I just saw the pick.
Yep,
TJ Sanders.
TJ Sanders. Yep,
Yep. So
there goes that.
But so yeah, you just go around the room and it's like, as much as people are saying like, oh, half the league could take a quarterback, it's not as cut and dry as that as everyone would like to say. Everyone likes to throw these wide-ranging thoughts on oh, it'd be so easy for half the teams. It's not as cut and dry. Like, there are what you would think would be a handful of teams, but Tennessee just closed their book on that. Some of the other ones, it's like you're stuck with a guy. So there might be a handful to maybe 10 teams that you're like, they should take that guy. But, I don't believe in the guy, but for whatever reason, the Giants are like, we'd rather roll the dice, move back into the first round for Jackson Dart, which is a different joke on its own. But the fact that that's happening, I don't want to bury a kid. Shador and Dion don't need any of my help doing that, but it doesn't push the dots farther apart in terms of what's going on with that situation. And it's unfortunate. I do think it sucks for him, but at the same time, we say it all the time, like, it's a small world in the NFL, and if you piss in someone's cereal wrong, they're all gonna know about it. Like, right, Brian? Like, as much as some fans want to think like, oh, but he was only talking to the Falcons. I know it's not they just took, but okay, like he was only talking to the Saints. These guys all talk, like they all talk, and they're all like, hey, by the way, have you had an interview? They're going to talk to the next quarterback because it's not to just spill the Kool-Aid. What they're doing it for is a matter of they're going, hey, this happened in our interview. Did this happen for you guys? And it's either oh no, we didn't have that problem. So then you're like, is it us? Is it him? Is it, or the worst case is, oh yeah, like, yeah, he did that to us too, kind of thing. And it's like, the pool is too small. And in this era, it's so hard to do a John Elway and cry your way out of a city, like on the day of on the night of the draft. It's hard. Like, I'm honestly still shocked that that Eli did it, but it doesn't go over well. Trust me.
And also they announced what's it called? Matthew Golden's number.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. So sorry to all the Geronimo Allison stands.
Ooh, kind of like that. As much as I love when they give 84 to a worthy receiver on the Packers, I do think it would look weird on his back because there's not a lot of real estate on there.
Yeah, he's not huge, so yeah.
Yeah. I guess that Malik Willis's asking price was much too high.
that's what I said. That's what I tweeted about. And someone made the joke that Shador wasn't even the first Sanders taken in the draft because TJ Sanders got taken.
Yeah,
yeah. Thought that was funny.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, and the Jets just took Mason Taylor.
True North said, I wouldn't want to deal with Dion with Shador because that's going to happen.
Yep. like like I said, it goes back to like my stance on like the ball kids in the NBA, where it's like um there's only so much that you can get away with before the league treats you like you're plutonium. So we'll see. And yeah.
And something I was actually thinking about too would what's it called? Didn't really make. I don't understand the pick. Was the Bears pick of Burden, because they already have DJ Moore that plays all the slot. Like, are they gonna play DJ Moore a lot more outside, or are they planning to play Burden outside? I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird fit. I don't know.
I don't know.
All right, I'm going to try to switch my camera real quick so you can. Okay, so there's a set of doors right there in front of me. There's signs on it that literally say "not an entrance, exit only. Please use the other door." Walk up to that door and try to get in.
I remember you were not pleased with that yesterday. uh,
Joe causing
as
trouble.
as no, Joe is trying to stop people from causing trouble. As Leslie Nope said, people are stupid, Ron.
Jets just took the tight end out of LSU, Mason Taylor.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe Goody would take Shadur and then let him sit for a year or two and then trade him off for like a first round pick.
Oh, that would go over so well.
Oh my gosh! Can you imagine Packers Twitter after that
There's
happens?
no way Goody takes Shador unless Shador drops.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's more of a joke. It'd be funny if it happened. I'd laugh.
Oh, I know you were trying to make a joke, but there's nothing there that could even put relevance on that joke, because there's with all the drama there, I do not see Goody even touching that with a 10-foot pole, even if he dropped to like the 6th round.
Well, yeah, of course.
But now I'm going to bring this up because I said it on Blue Sky. But wouldn't it be like weird if this is the first wide receiver the Packers took in the first round in 23 years, and they give him the same number they gave that wide receiver?
Yeah.
That's a lot of people were saying, yeah.
I would have liked it, but like I said, that's hard to fit. Also, it's one of those, does he just change it next year?
Well, I was going through the roster earlier before coming over here and trying to just go through the numbers, and okay, well, Malik Willis has that now. Like I said, it's not a hard thing to, it's not like Malik couldn't give it up or anything, but the logistics of it are rough. He can't
Yeah.
have 3. He can't have 4. He can't. Well, you could probably have 5, but that's unofficially retired. Um, can't have 6 right now because that's Hardman. 7. 8 is Jacobs. 9 is Watson. 10 is Love. I mean, you just go through them all and you can't find any numbers that really.
Yeah, hey, that number 9 might be available in 2026.
Tazim keeps his shit up, then I can see it being available here pretty quick.
Well, if his dad keeps causing trouble.
like I said in the chat, like, do you realize that you're kind of shitting on your kid by being so like obtusely out there like that? Like, have some faith in your kid coming back. And Joe and I went back and forth on it, Brian. But my stance on it is, people who are concerned about that shit, they don't understand that they're not playing the same position, they're not playing the same position or role. Like,
Right.
that's the thing is, I know there's going to be a lot of fans who don't want to hear that, but very different roles. So Um,
We
but
just had
you know what? Depending on how Christian comes back, if they can come to terms with a deal, yeah, there's room for both of them.
yeah.
But
You
he's
think
gotta come back.
Dion's on the phone right now with Jerry saying, "Hey, draft"?
Jerry's a lot of kind of dumb, but I don't think even he wants that circus. And
Never know.
yeah, I know.
Now it looks like the defense there's a defensive tackle run going on because Alfred Collins just went to the Niners.
Ooh, oh, that's such a 49ers pick.
Right. Oh, and you just get okay. So I guess Tulu Griffin was wearing 80. The Packers had given 81 to Tulu Griffin.
I
So now
didn't realize they gave him a number.
so now they gave it to Golden. You want to know what number they Tulu Griffin switched to?
Don't tell me he got 84.
No, you'll never guess.
40 something.
Number
No,
five.
22. What kind of number is that for a wide receiver? 22.
What? A
Yeah,
wide receiver
and
from
see, I was kind of thinking of that for Golden because he was 2 in college, so 22 would make sense. But then I was like, Quano, that just doesn't make sense for a wide receiver.
the last wide receiver I know who wore 22 at any point in their career was Lynn Swan at USC. Don't ask me why I know that.
Your dad.
Watch a lot of Steelers highlight films.
Unfortunately, right?
Honestly, I don't mind Steelers fans. It's fine.
Yeah.
I know people are still like so sore about the seventh heaven and all that kind of shit, but what always irritates me about that kind of stuff is like Packers fans try to act as a they try to act like they're holier than the holy as a conglomerate. We've got some assholes too. Like it all evens out.
Every fan base has assholes, you know.
Yep. It is what it
Oh,
is.
Dallas just took one of your guys that we were just talking about.
Just is a relative term.
Just as in like 10 minutes ago, maybe.
All right, fellers, I'm going to hop off for a bit because my arms are getting sore from holding this damn phone up. I will hop on probably around the third round, or maybe even when the Packers pick.
Right
Yeah, you better be
on.
back for the Packers pick.
All right. So, shit. I love watching the they've added these players thing. Kobe, Kobe.
Uh-oh. What'd you do, Mike? Why are you making your kid cry?
Slumber. All right. Like I said, we are raw, and this is 100% no filters, no substitutions, and we
Real
just
life.
we just march on forward.
This
But
is real life. This is real life,
life.
son.
This real life. This real life, Kyle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't going to be a Packer anyway, but still, sucks to see him go.
I see it. I see Schneidman jinxed it. God damn it, Matt. Goddamn Yankees fan.
Right.
What's up, Aaron?
What up?
Uh,
I'm about to go meet up with Joe and Brian.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, heading over to them right now.
Right
I can
on.
find
see if we can find him.
that. I see him. I see him.
This is what we're talking about. Make connections, Packers fans. Oh.
What up, boss? I got on. I'm on the live, by the way.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Good to finally meet you.
Yeah. I tried to last time.
I know. That's all right. I know. I was working.
I do appreciate that the other teams are at least having the wherewithal that their announcers are all guys with Wisconsin ties, like, or for the most part. You know, we've seen Travis Frederick, we've seen Lee Evans. Haven't paid attention to everyone. For Joe Thomas was there for the Browns. All right.
Yep.
So yeah, like to see it. That's such a Cowboys pick. I feel like Aaron, just unmute yourself whenever you're ready. Sorry, just had a lot of background noise for a second. So, um, but yeah, like it's a bummer. Like you said, this falls into the same well of how I felt about Will McDonald, Burns. Like I said, I'm the biggest Michigan homer outside of Jacob Westendorf. Will fight for that title, but like I didn't think in a million years that they were going to take Rashawn. Like I full on honestly did not think they would take Rashawn because I thought Rashawn's NFL position was 5 technique, like that's
Right.
or 3 technique, and like I was floored when they took Rashawn, and then I fell down again when it was announced that he was going to be an outside linebacker. So
Right.
yeah, but they have stuck with their trends. As much as I love Donovan, like I said, he needed to get to a few more buffets to get up above 252, 253, but it did not
Right.
happen. But that's a really good landing spot for him. Like that's 2 years in a row that the Cowboys have taken an edge. I really liked going into the draft cycle. Last year's probably was a little more realistic in Neeland, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
time marches on. The Packers are still there's still a lot of good. Um, like you said,
Players left.
a little bit of a defensive tackle run, but there's still a lot of corners and edges on the board. But yeah, I'm just really curious to see what route they plan on going because
Yeah.
yeah, it's okay. I don't I don't know how you felt about this guy, but
That's
oh, we've got our first current player, I think. Jonathan Taylor is reading off the Colts pick.
oh,
Um, what's it called? Again, Wisconsin ties.
oh damn.
But
Another potential Packer just got taken. This is starting to be a D line edge rusher run right now.
ooh, I've got so much shit on my timeline, I can't even see it yet. Hurry up, Jonathan, read faster. oh, oh, okay. Like, I kind of wish the other one got picked because I could, I could live with um, JTT.
Right.
Like at least there's upside there. Like there's athletic profile. He's gonna set the edge against the run. And there was, as much as I tease him that, like I said, if you're giving up a sack to him in a game, you have offensive line problems. But he did show a few more, like he at least had moves to go to in the bag this year. Whereas last year it was like, I'm just running straight into someone's chest and fuck it if I get to the quarterback. But there's an athletic profile. You know, he's one of those guys that it was like, he was like a super 5-star athlete coming out of high school. So the
Yep.
traits are there. But like my joke was he's a 260-pound 4 tech or 5 tech. Um, I do think there is upside there, but yeah, that's a little rich for my blood. But go get it, Colts.
Yeah, man, the Mike Green fall, man, is crazy. So must have been for sure something that they teams found out with that though that those sexual assault allegations that really scared them off.
And there must be some legs to it because you kind of, as we talked, the Hairston had some flags, but it appears that those were, like you had been told that they weren't as big of a deal as were led on initially.
Yep.
The green ones must be have legs, like not just a leg, multiple legs. The fact that he is, for all intents and purposes, halfway through the second round and hasn't been picked yet.
Yeah, and I mean, supposedly there was one happened in high school and in college. So yeah, if
Yeah. Is that why he left his first school or?
yeah, they
Okay,
basically
gotcha.
they basically kicked him out.
Got it. Virginia, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. We shall
supposedly I guess
see.
also some teams didn't like his answers in the interviews at the combine when they talked to him about it. They didn't like his answers.
Gotcha. Okay, so I think we're gonna see those quote unquote bodies at corner get added this pick. The board is just fallen. I know there's 8 more picks, but it's fallen about as pristinely at that position as anyone could have hoped for at this point. I know you just said Amos. If Amos goes, or honestly, let's put Ravel in this conversation. Ravel, Will Johnson, Azaria Thomas are the top 3 corners on the board. If you had to pick one, which one of those 3 would you pick?
Ravel, I think. Yeah, the more I think about it, I mean, I like Amos, of course. You know, like I've said, I've talked.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I'm just throwing it just because I know that's what you said earlier. So I took that off the board. He went already in this hypothetical world.
Oh, you said
I'm
he
the
went
host. I
already.
can do whatever the fuck I want. But
Oh, you said he went already. Then Amos, I guess. If he's gone, then I would take Amos.
yeah. So yeah, I know. Like Joe and I were talking about it. I'm so sick for Will Johnson. Like this is the kind of slide on draft day that I just absolutely hate to see. Um, I know some will say like it isn't under his control, but I put this one in a not in his control. He had this, the report that you kind of sent in the group chat. He had
Yep.
like an almost experimental medical procedure done to try and fix the problem. The hit rate on that is not great, but
Right.
like this is a kid who made highlight play after highlight play for Michigan. Um, Showed like excellent instincts. Basically, once he got beat, I know that people were like, "That's on Will Johnson." He was a true freshman. I think it was Ricky White. He's stacked him off the line of scrimmage, caught a touchdown in Johnson's like first game as a Wolverine.
Uh-huh.
From that point on, he let me put it this way: as a true freshman, he took Marvin Harrison Jr. off the board whenever he was on him for Ohio State, for all intents and purposes.
Right.
What's it called? CJ Stroud did not look in his direction. Like the one play where Johnson got subbed off the field, it was like, oh my God, Jamon Green is on him. We're throwing it deep, baby. I don't care if it's into slightly double coverage. We're throwing it deep. But the rest of the game, it was like two is on him. Nope. Like we're going somewhere else, kind of thing. Like it was just a standard marching order the rest of the game. Then you have the pick he has against Ohio State as a sophomore, the interception in the championship game, all that. And I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, like did he quit on his team this year?" I was like, Michigan was going nowhere this season,
Mm-hmm.
and he did play through a turf toe for a couple weeks. I got no problem with a kid who should have been a top 5 pick in the draft saying, "Yeah, sorry guys, like um it's, there was nothing for him to play for this year. I had no problems with him shutting it down for the season, and I'm absolutely sick for him that he has slip slide down the board at this point because really good kid by all accounts, and it really just sucks seeing he's gonna get drafted at some point because at some point some team is gonna be like, you know what, probably early third round where they're just going to kind of say like, hey, like third round pick, this is where the talent usually falls off in the draft, blah, blah, blah. Get the
Mm-hmm.
top 10, top 15 player. And if we only get 3 years out of him, that's worth it for a third round pick kind of thing. I do think second round, the value still isn't quite there, but that is one where I know Goot's tendency is to trade back. Oh, good. I'm glad that's the tight end that went off the board. I'm not a Ferguson guy. I'd rather take Fannin over Ferguson, honestly. But my whole thing there is like, yeah, and I know people are gonna say I'm only saying this because he's my guy. He's a Wolverine. Blah. Any player in this position, I do feel absolutely sick for them when medical issues force them to retire, or they're surefire top 10 picks, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. Like it just absolutely sucks, and I don't know if part of that is molded from the fact that I'm a Packers fan and we've had more than our fair share of guys who have had their careers ended early by neck,
Injuries.
back injuries, whatever kind of thing. But it really does just suck when kids, by all accounts, do it quote unquote the right way, and the rug gets pulled out from under them. But yeah, I think, like you said, Amos off the board, picking between the 3. I really like all 3 of those players, but I think I would gamble on Ravel at that point because the upside is just so freaking high with that kid. Like, honestly, if he's healthy, he probably goes like 12th or something, right? Like,
Yeah.
especially with Johnson slipping away, kind of thing. It's
Well, Johnson's slide was stopped because you keep talking about him.
fucking Arizona.
Well, I mean, at least his slide stopped, right?
Yeah, no, good for him. Top 50. I wish him the very best. Like, I hope he has a good long career.
And they just
Um,
drafted Melton last year too, which is kind of interesting.
yeah. All right. So we are we are reaching a handful of picks away from the Packers pick. I know Joey Van Zumeren said he was hoping to hop in before we pick. Um, yeah, Rich Eisen's going to give him the full 5 minutes of coverage on the pick now. Thank you. Bless you, Rich. Bless you, Rich. Like, yeah, take care of our boy. Give him his moment of fame. But I mean, would have loved all of this: the playmaking skills, the eyes. I
Yeah.
know the arm length. That was one of the weirdest measurements that came out of the combine. That he has 30 and change inch arms, because I never looked out there and thought he was a T Rex. I know
Right.
that, like, because he's like listed at 6'2" on Michigan's program, and I never thought, oh man, like he's got arms as long as me, kind of thing and stuff like that. But um, yeah, hey, like I said, I wish it was my team, or we, quote unquote, kept him in the family, but he deserved to be he was supposed to be a top 10, top 5 pick, and I'm glad he's still in the top 50. But as much as I reverse jinxed it, there's still a lot of options on the board for Green Bay at corner. Yeah, that's one of those positions where, okay, the defensive end room, I get the idea. You've spent you spent two top picks. You re-signed Rashawn. He did seem to turn it around at the end of the season. Um, Lucas is by all accounts a hard worker. We've seen the film of him working on his hand technique and all that kind of stuff in the offseason. Um, I get, and you changed the defensive line coach, so I understand the track. Like, yeah, we should be better here because these two guys are going to be the driving force. And we'll add someone at some point, but coaching improvement, internal improvement, familiarity with the scheme. We saw
Mm.
Rashawn bounce back late in the season, all that kind of stuff. Like you can draw that line. Corner is the one where I'm kind of like, I understand what you're saying, but my brain is like, like, and especially if the idea is like, um, we're out on Ja. Like, we're just totally done with Ja at this point. Um, I like, as much as everyone's like, it's not a big deal. Like, you do, like, just like, the wide receiver one talk was stupid in terms of like they don't need a wide receiver one. You do, like, you do. My argument in that regard was one of the guys on the roster could be it.
Mm-hmm.
And they've realized, like, yeah, we needed help there, got Golden. Corner is the same thing. You saw it with how Halfley called the games last year. When he had Jaw, he was like, I've got that light switch to just turn off one side of the field. I've got Jaw, I don't got to worry shit about that side of the field. Jaw goes, and it's like, we're playing looser coverage, the safeties are split more, help on the outside, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, we scoffed at the, like, oh, we just need bodies, blah blah blah. I
Yeah.
know you love Carrington. I still think Carrington has another level. He just,
Yep.
he needs to play. I wish Stokes worked out, because I'm hopelessly optimistic about every draft pick except Jarrell Worthy. Still believe Dayton Jones is going to come through for the Packers. One more year, he's going to figure it out. But like, the Stokes situation was weird. It was one of those that I thought they should have cut bait like middle of the season, and just like, it's not coming back. Like, whatever there was as a rookie, it ain't coming back. It's unfortunate, but that's how them cards go sometimes. And the what's it called? But like, the problem is Hobbs is an injury prone guy too, and Keyshawn plays a little bit nicked up as well, kind of thing. And so it's like, I do like the guys, like, in theory. this is a solid room,
You're
but
right.
I still feel like you're gambling a lot to say like we're hoping this former round 7 pick becomes our cornerback one. As much as I thought Valentine was 2 or 3 rounds underdrafted, like that, like that's still, you do the whole like where do top corners, top receivers come from in the draft? They usually come from early because there's a talent deficit that usually occurs at that point.
Right.
Um, but what's it called? I do think they just need more upside at the position. I think that they're playing a little fast and loose, and Hobbs has injury issues too. Like
Yep. He
that's the
does.
thing, and I know so many people with sources, ins and outs and stuff. You've heard it too that the team is done with Jaw. Jaw is done with the team. Blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But again, I just keep going back to the fact that um you your whole thing is you're trying to you're trying to be Super Bowl contenders this year,
Yep.
and my whole argument has been like everyone suck it the fuck up for one more year, see if Ja is better. If not, we all tried our best, we part ways kind of thing. But Ja Ja wants to be a winner, the team wants to be a winner.
Yep.
You don't cut top tier talent. And I know some people are going to say like, "Oh, he's not on the field." When he's been on the field, he's still been a top corner. Like the tape, the whatever grading system you want to show, it bears out.
Yep.
He's still been a top flight corner when he's been on the field. And two of the 3 injuries he suffered the last 4 years have been freak shit ass incidents. Najee Harris disintegrates his shoulder, and he's never really recovered from that. He kind of has almost PTSD from that hit, and then to which I understand, like the Coke machine with wheels hit you, and like it fucked up your arm for a year. Like I understand that, and then this past year, we all thought he blew his knee out in Jacksonville. I do not give a rat's ass about how weird the situation was. We'll never know. Like I joked about Zadarius when he was still here, in 2021 about the like, oh, what's going on behind closed doors. We won't know
Right.
until the book comes out. But like, which side pushed Jair to play in week 10 or week 11 coming out of the bye, and
Right.
which side, because whichever side is the one that pushed him to play, it was the other side that was like, I'm gonna try to come back. I'm gonna try to come back, kind of thing. Whatever. We're never gonna know which side was which,
Right.
and
Yeah.
and okay, and then on the flip side of it, the money part of it, the money is there's so much more savings if you just deal with it for a year, cut it next year. But if you're moving on, trade or just releasing him, do not post June 1st it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just step up to the plate, take the whole thing. Because if your whole thing is about flexibility moving forward for contention and stuff, take the hit. It's on the book. Like well, technically it's more than what's on the book for this. It's like 20 whatever, and it'll be 17 or whatever if you take it this year. You'll still get 6 or 8 in cap relief. You can do the funny money when you sign Tom to his extension. If you hit an extension with Dobbs, that's Ball's job. Like it's someone's job to figure this shit out. But if the I hate seeing the people that are like, oh, they can, if they cut him, then they'll post it. I'm like, no, like why would you do that? If the whole point is to be out and done with Ja, be about it and be out and done with it. It's
Right.
not like it's hurting you to cut there. When you go on over the cap and you see what his dead cap hit is, it's not red. Like it's money that's on this year, but there's still something in the black for cap savings. So take what you get this year and if you're gonna be done with it, be done with it. So
Yeah, and they have the cap space to kind of deal with it this year anyway
yeah,
too. So might as
and
well.
like I appreciate all the work Ingles does with Ken Ingles does with like next year's stuff
But
and blah blah blah. But like I said, that's Ball's job. Like, and all the people that were like, "What if they restructure?" I was like, "There is no way either side wants a restructure at this point. Like, it makes sense for no one to restructure Jair at any point this unless they kumbaya the shit out of it and everyone was hunky dory about another like." That would be the only sign you restructure him. There was never going to be a restructure given what everyone's like. the writing's on the wall that he's done in Green Bay. So, like I said, I'm, you know, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face and past then that you just, if you want to be a championship team, you figure this shit out and you roll the money is there already. You roll the dice, you try and figure it out because you are not getting a Jair in the draft. You're not getting that production in the draft. Unless the Holy Spirit takes over one of Keyshawn, Carrington, or Hobbs, you're not getting it out of one of those guys. Like, you're just not.
Right.
So, like, the only way you're getting that, or like, I guess the super outside in is if Ravel is just ready to go, which reports are he's not going to be ready for OTAs, is if he's just
Mm.
ready and it's like, that's the guy that was on film in 2023.
Right.
But long-winded short, that's why I do think that, especially because Amos, Azariah, Ravel, even Porter, depending on how you feel about it, there's a lot of corners still on the board with how this thing. Like, I know it's the cop out answer every year, but this is why I said, like, it's all going to depend on who's there. You were on with Shavink and me, or the two of us were on with Shavink, and we
Right.
kept saying, like, they should try to do this. But look, first round, all three of us were like, Derek Harmon, we're clapping for that pick. Derek
Right.
Harmon goes at 21. It's like, all right, like, now
Now what?
what? I know you were team work the phones.
Yeah.
And my thing was like, I thought, and like, it was weird because last year you're kind of like, there's more wide receiver prospects, right? And I went back because like I found myself saying like, because we're not fans of the Morgan pick. The team is trying so hard to justify it still. But like, kind of last year, I was like, maybe you should have just taken a receiver. Like, you should have just ended the streak last year and just taken it, because I didn't care for a lot of the positions on the board at that point. This year, I was like, Golden might be the best player, but are they gonna do it? And like, some people are like, oh, you don't want. I'm like, no. Like, how can you say that you believe they're gonna do something that they haven't done in longer than Matthew Golden's life?
Yeah.
the,
Since before he was
like,
born, basically.
yeah, the like. I'm sorry, you can say whatever you want to believe, but if a team hasn't done something in 23 years, and I know, and I do agree with Joe that they have taken receivers at his height, his weight.
Yeah.
The
Of
arms are
course.
shorter than, but it's like he's still on the low end of a spectrum. Like, he's not it's you're not taking Javon Walker in 2025, like,
Yeah.
where it's like this dude is 6'3", 215. He's got a 10 RAS, and you're like, that's it. That's the, like, you print it out at kick. You print it out. That's what a wide receiver one is supposed to look like, kind of thing. This is like I see, like, you and I like the player. I know you said
Yep.
like Golden is one of the few that you're like, there's a path for him to be a wide receiver one in the NFL. But it was the questions I had were more Packers centric ones than about the prospect, because we really like Golden, but it's like, do they shy away because he's not 6'1" like Texas listed him at? Do they shy away because LaFleur has, people can say whatever they want, but LaFleur has a track record of, like, if a guy is 5'11" or under, slot. Like, and like I said, I'm still holding my breath on that, because god damn it, the first day of OTAs, he better be lining up at X or Z, because yeah, like, and if he's not, then Reed better be. So like, it is one of those where I'm like, I love the pick itself. I'm not sold on how this year is going to go yet. He realistically should be a potential rookie of the year candidate, but I don't know what LaFleur is going to do with it. Because if you think about it, the fit should be, I don't want to say seamless, because when you're that you're bringing a receiver in to be that primary perimeter guy, this is where I think it really helps that, if he's healthy, Dobbs is back. Wicks looked like he bounced back at the end of the season. You have those two guys to, like, kind of absorb number one opposing corner coverage. You have Reed to draw eyes. You have Tucker to draw eyes. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Oh, he nebulized before he napped. Fingers crossed. Watson will be back by Thanksgiving, and he looks like 80-90% of Christian Watson. That's the thing too, is like, if you didn't like how Christian ran routes before he blew his knee out, he's not gonna magically get better at it after. Like the cornering and like, he might be fine to one direction, but to the, I forget which knee. Let's just say it was his left knee that I can't remember which one he blew out. But if he
Right.
blew out his left knee, it's, there's gonna be a deficiency to one side when you cut and stuff. Like, that's what the ACL helps you do. So,
Right.
oh, Seattle, good though. I'm glad they took Arroyo. I wish Dusty was here so that Dusty could just go in on how much he hated Arroyo as a prospect. He is a Miami Hurricane tight end. I am here to look pretty, run fast, and catch the ball. Blocking. What is that? What is next color? What is the man in front of me? I don't know.
I don't care. Get away from me, basically.
Yeah. um, but anyway, like, yeah, Carolina just traded up to pick 51.
It's been trades all day so far. It's crazy.
Yeah. Goot
But
might
the
move
only
back from
thing,
54, right?
damn, one of my guys. They took the Panthers trade up for one of my guys.
Ah,
Sucks. Oh well.
I'm only seeing the trade. I'm not seeing the
Yeah.
pick.
The funny thing that was Goody said last night for their press conference was, he said, what's it called? Golden hits right at their Mendoza line for outside receivers. And that's kind of something that, like, I've been saying, some other people have been saying for a while, just like people who, have done the research on their draft trends and stuff like that. Like, generally speaking, yeah, for the Packers, if you're 5'11" or taller, you can play outside. If you're under that, you're going to be a slot. So, yeah, he basically confirmed that, like, 5'11" is basically the minimum for outside receivers for them.
Yeah. So, but Shavin, and any of you who are, I know there's only three, but anyone who's gonna watch this later, please check out Jake Shavink's video on it. He goes into why Golden separates so well at the top of routes. Also, I am not concerned about his ability to beat press. Yes, certain physical corners are probably going to get their hands on him and all that kind of stuff, but he has some of that Devontae at the line of scrimmage, that hesitation move, all that, the stutter step, and his 0 to 60. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
His 0 to 60 is just elite. Like, it's what separates him as a player. Like, I kind of, we joke about the Jennings comp and all that kind of stuff. You do see some of that in his game, the ability to, in 3 steps, drop his hips and get out in and out of a break, and it's a crisp 45-degree back in the direction he was coming. There's all, and I know that Jake was kind of like gassing up the Olave comp a little bit too and stuff, and some of the movement skills are kind of similar, like especially on that frame and all that kind of stuff. But that, like, my whole thing was the arm. Like, I was really like, oh wow, like, like I said, that's another guy where his arms are like my arm length kind of thing. But you watch the film, big hands, good hands catcher, really like what he does with the ball. Getting back to Green Bay at 54, do you think Goot is like, someone gonna come and get this pick from me?
I mean, you know how he is. He always listens to the phone. So, I
Yeah.
mean,
And
I wouldn't.
like, it's one of those
Damn.
where it's hard to say because of, we don't know. Like I said, the one thing that Green Bay fans should give the front office credit for is they've got to get multiple picks in this draft, and they have to hit the majority of them kind of at a position. It's not like last year with the safety room. It's not like the Watson Dobbs year where it's like they've got to get receivers. They've got to get receivers. Or even 2 years ago with Musgrave and Kraft, where it's like they've got to get tight ends in this draft. Like, they don't have that issue this year. There's positions that have different levels of shit. I hope they address that, but no, like, oh, like they like the board has to be nice to them, kind of. That's why I'm so like, fuck you, Tennessee.
I know. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, there goes one of our guys.
Oh, that second point, juicy. um, but yeah, like I just don't know what they're gonna do. Like, because they don't have defined like deficiencies. Like, is defensive tackle, and or like I said, the players aren't really there. But that third linebacker spot, right? Like it
Mhm.
that might be the closest thing to like a true unknown slash deficiency on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like they seem to like what's his name for some reason. I
Hopper,
think
yeah.
no, not Hopper.
Oh, McDuffie.
Duffy. But like, I mean, to me, he's a number four. You know, your backup off the bench type guy.
and
But
and it all goes back to the whole like you want to compete, you're contenders, like you are stepping up to the plate as contenders. We saw what happened when we went up against the other teams that have running backs that are weapons. Like McDuffie is a great draft and develop story. You take a 6th round pick, turn him into a core special teams player, um almost team captain as a special, all that kind of stuff. Rags to riches in the sense of like a 6th round pick. If the
yeah,
Packers are going to be contending, he cannot be getting 60+% of the snaps on defense this season. Like, I don't care that they don't run base a lot and blah blah blah. It cannot be. There cannot be a hey, we want to get this guy in base, or we want to get the Packers in base so that they walk this guy out there. And who knows, maybe Williams is more in line for more box snap. Maybe Oladapo is ready to take box snap, box safety snap, whatever. But
right.
if they're gonna look as their true like quote unquote 4-3 base defense, they need another linebacker. And you didn't see anything from Hopper last year because of injury, and and Cooper. And I do think that they did truly find something there. There's still a lot of there was still a lot of like traffic control with Cooper, where it's like, you're here to do this. And then at the end of the season, it was like, okay, you're here to do this, but if A or B happens, you do C or D kind of thing. Like, there was a flow chart. He was on a flow chart, like a very basic flow chart. Um,
Yeah,
and
the Packers
yeah,
are on the clock. Yeah, the Packers on the clock. So
yep,
hopefully it's a defensive tackle. I think. Well, that's kind of what they need. I think.
yeah.
Um, cause I, yeah, or they take Revel.
Like, this is the range where, because correct me if I'm wrong, but the reports on his knee, it was just an ACL and it was a clean surgery, like
Yep.
nothing like, oh, like I said with Watson, the dreaded ACL and other damage.
Right. Or Bakhtiari's.
Yeah, degenerative, like there was other damage there too, kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
there's no two knee injuries that are the same and stuff, but yeah, I wouldn't mind our own Antonio Cromartie Jr.
Yeah, but just looking at the board,
Ooh, did you see who the Bucks took?
no. I just saw last one I saw was Femi, one of the Titans. Whoops.
Morrison.
The corner?
Yeah,
Oh, that's fine. That's fine with me. I don't care. The Packers are never going to take him anyway.
yeah.
With
I,
the shoulder, the hip, and
the hip
then
is the one. Like, if like the fact that it's like like potentially degenerative labrum issue, like there's no way from a everyone's like, oh, but Brett didn't have to move that far. Like,
yeah, and then he's got a small frame too, and he's not that great of a tackler. Yeah, he's not a very good tackler. So it's like yeah,
he's it's weird. It like, I thought he was bigger, but yeah, he is almost slot-ish kind of thing. Yeah, like it's kind of funky how he actually ended up measuring out.
well, yeah. Actually, I actually have him listed as a slot for Green Bay, like if they were to take him type of thing,
Right.
because he has sub 31 inch arms. And that usually for the Packers that usually
Yeah.
means you're a slot. So yeah, I mean they weren't going to take him. But I mean, looking at the D line, I think maybe Darius Alexander. Uh, just looking, thinking. I think this is a little early for Farmer, but Maybe Darius Alexander, I would say, if they want to take a defensive tackle,
Hmm.
or either that or
I'm
corner. I would
seeing
say.
it already. They took Belton.
That's super weird.
I don't know how I feel about this. That their last couple tackles they picked are big guys. Like,
I don't. I don't know, man.
and I know they might not be tackles like for long term, but yeah, it's like, what are we doing?
Well, Belton's not that athletic. That's the thing. Like he's not.
Right.
He's not the Packers traditional like. That's why like I even though he was in for a visit, like I didn't even have him on my Packers board because like he was heavier than every other offensive lineman they've ever drafted.
Yep. We shall see.
Oh my god! Someone was like that. Everyone's favorite. What's it called? What's it called? Packers account. The Ike one or whatever. Ike
Oh,
one.
I blocked that and I don't see it anymore.
They're like they tweeted, "Oh, what's it called? Green is on the board." I'm like, they're not gonna say Green. Get the hell out of here. My Green is on the board, and I was like, yeah, it's not
Yep. True North. Nothing wrong with taking offensive line depth, but again, it does like I don't know where he fits on the line. Like that's another top 50 pick or top 100 pick where I'm like, I don't know where he fits on the line in the future. And, not as bad that he's not a first round pick, but still, it's kind of like, what's the deal there?
Yeah, and it's weird because like it's not he's not the usual Packers pick because he's had weight issues in the past. Like he's played in the 340s before.
Someone.
She's mad about the pick too.
Yeah. But, what's it called? We'll see. I don't know if it's a matter of like, truly wanting to be more physical on the line of scrimmage, but yeah.
It's weird as that pick
And
hasn't popped up on my my Twitter yet. That's weird. Maybe Twitter's behind now all of a sudden. Twitter was announcing the picks ahead of time, but it seems like it's behind now. But I mean, if you take a tackle that high,
he's got to be a starter at some point.
gotta be what?
He's got to be a starter at tackle at some point, kind of thing.
Yeah, if you're taking offensive lineman that early, yeah, it's weird. Twitter must be behind. If you're taking a tackle that early, you're planning him to be a starter. So I don't know. Like you would assume that means they're gonna let Walker walk.
Yeah.
No pun intended. And then he takes over, I guess, in 26. But I don't know. But I mean, Belton. Let me see.
There's parts of his game that I do like, but yeah, the overall fit, I'm just kind of like,
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't.
like I like him overall as a prospect, but I'm kind of like, I don't think he's a Packers tackle. Like that's the thing.
Yeah, and his technique's kind of a mess for a guy who's been like a 3-year starter.
Yeah.
Pull this thing up real quick.
And I don't know if he can play. I think he's too tall and plays too high to play guard. Like I know he has the mass to do it, but it's kind of like, I don't know. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, he had a sub 8 RAS, which is surprising. They take someone on day 2 with a sub 8 RAS.
He's back.
Yeah. So yeah, he was 3.
What the hell did you guys think of that?
We're confused again.
I don't get the pick. It doesn't make sense to me. I think he's more of a right tackle in the NFL anyway. But you already have Tom there, right tackle. So it would. I don't know what you're gonna do with it. Yeah, his testing his tallest testing was pretty average.
Yeah, I'm confused about it. Are they really wanting Rasheed Walker gone?
Basically, yeah. But yeah, I think this means unless they're planning on moving
And that
Tom.
makes no sense.
Yeah, unless they're planning on moving Tom to left tackle, because I just don't think Anthony Belton can play left tackle in the NFL.
Isn't that where their office is anyway?
I mean, his testing was pretty average for the most part. The thing that, like,
Well, I guess that goes to show that I'm not actually Goody, because that even has.
yeah, the only thing that brought his RAS up was his weight. Is his 336 brought it up? Everything else was all the other testing was pretty average-ish. Yeah, so I don't
And it's
know.
not even like he has that big of a wing, like arm length or like
He's almost 34. He's about basically 34, but
yeah.
yeah, because the combine was the weird testing. So I think he was. I want to say he has 34-inch arms at the Senior Bowl, but I can't remember for sure.
But it's not like if you look back historically and you look at like Derek Sherrod and Sherrod, I think he was like a 7 something by testing, but he was like
Something like that.
36 on the arms, so it was like you gotta get around that kind of thing.
But here's the upside: if they move
The max exodus after.
If they move Belton to guard, he's an 8.8 RAS. So there's that. Did they announce him as a tackle or did they announce him as a guard? Or
tackle, I think.
They announced him as.
Finish this and let's get another one, okay? Here.
At least that's what they showed on the big board, was he was a tackle.
Yeah.
You want to go get an otter pop? Okay, look, can I go get it? Can I go get an otter pop?
But yeah, you take offensive lineman that early. The plan is for him to start by probably year 2.
Could that have been a panic that Ezriaku was off the board, Morrison just went off the board? Could that have been a panic?
I don't think it's a panic because the corners are all there. Like we've been talking about this whole time, though, whether it's between me and Joe or me and Brian, they are again doubling down on they like their edge room, they like their corner room, and I guess so far they like their defensive tackle room because I know there's still upside there. I know that Wyatt looked to have turned the corner. You have the comments that they expect to extend him, whatever, yada yada yada. Brooks did turn it on at the end of the season, but like you did lose Slayton. We still don't know if Wooden is an NFL player.
Yeah, he barely plays,
So it's like you kind of needed 2 bodies in that room this offseason. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I just pulled it up right now. At the Senior Bowl, Anthony Belton had 34 and 5/8 arm, and at the Senior Bowl he was 345. That's what I was like. Oh, this guy is like, yeah, and he's played at like 340, 350, something like that before in college. So it's like I'm like, yeah, this guy's not a pack. This guy's weight issues. Doesn't test
9 pounds is a lot of sauna room.
Yeah, that's.
Well, then this makes you question last year's first-round pick of Jordan Morgan even more.
Yeah,
If Belton's going to be a tackle, then what the hell is Morgan going to be?
I think Brian kind of touched on it. I think it does make you wonder, is Tom on the move soon, and therefore does that mean Jenkins is on his way out soon? I feel like they're setting up to shuffle a bunch.
Yeah, I don't think Jenkins is staying past this year. He's got a big cap hit next year. They're probably want to get out of that and stuff. So, and he'll be 30, I think 31 or 32. So I don't think Jenkins can be long for Green Bay. And then this basically signals Walker is gone. But then if Morgan's a left tackle, because they said Morgan's a tackle and they drafted him, he started out like camp at left tackle, but then they're like, oh yeah, it's not working. So they moved him to guard. And they said like Goody, I can't remember which press conference, but Goody said, oh yeah, Morgan's a tackle. He's a tackle.
Yep.
Okay. Then what are you guys doing? Especially, I mean, yeah, they need a swing tackle, they need depth for sure, but taking a guy like Anthony Belton, I don't know, I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, because I feel like usually the Senior Bowl, when you see the guys coming to the Senior Bowl, that's usually their playing weight because that's pretty shortly after the season.
Yep.
That's pretty much their playing weight. So Anthony Means Belton was playing around 345. That's not great for unless they're changing their blocking scheme, but they run the Shanahan system, so that's a lot of zone.
Yeah, I know that, and I know that they went to more man and base blocking and stuff last year after Love's injury and to like kind of give Jacobs a more but I don't see them shifting everything for Jacobs over Love. Like Jacobs is also another 1, maybe 2 years if the production is still pretty efficient this season. But yeah, like yeah, I just don't see it.
And even our friend Jake, he was like, his comment on the Belton pick was, that's weird. I
Yeah,
was like, yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't. I don't get it. Like it's weird.
does not compute.
Yeah. Like I said, I know he was in for a visit, but I just saw that. I was like, oh, they're probably just
Covering the
subterfuge.
bases.
Yeah, or because he's had his weight, checking in on his weight, something or other. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know unless they're gonna unless that rumor that came out was true about them seeing Tom as a center, but I don't know,
And
man.
my feeling on that is that move was 2 years ago when you thought Box D was good. You still had Yosh, and internally they probably knew that Rashid was coming, was up and coming, kind of thing. But it's like, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, yeah. Like, so do you follow Carter Dominic?
Not anymore. I don't think.
Oh, that guy's hilarious. So he tweeted out Belton to Green Bay question mark with a picture of this lady with like looking like stressed out or whatever, talking to some guy, and the comment says, "What even was that? Explain the chess move." I was like, I don't know.
Do not understand.
Like you said, does not compute.
Like I said, overall, he's a prospect that I did like, but I didn't think he was a fit for Green Bay. Like, yeah,
Yeah, it's super weird. Well, I guess we're gonna have to definitely watch what's it called when Goody and them go to the podium and talk about the pick. Let's see what they say about it.
okay,
Because
wait. Ari Merov just popped up with the Raiders pick, but what are these other two picks? Seth Rollins needs to hurry up and shut up. Okay, I see the Lions pick. Oh God, Bears! Did you really do that?
okay, so
I think
uh,
that's a panic pick.
here's something somewhat interesting. Although I don't think it makes too much of a difference, but Schneidman tweeted out like a blurb from the Dane Brugler's The Beast about Belton. So I guess North Carolina State does run a zone blocking scheme. I really didn't know that because I don't pay too much attention to them other than just watching guys.
Mhm.
Uh, let's see, blah blah blah. Yeah, left tackle, 3 years left tackle. His nickname. I think I remember reading this before. His nickname is Escalade because he moves well on inside zone runs. So maybe the Packers knew a lot more inside zone, maybe instead of outside zone. Yeah, and his hands are an issue. Yeah, that Booker said that that's true. His hands are not great. Center for him is reading real quick, forcing defenders to go through him. Body control and footwork breaks down. Yep, that's true. So his footwork is wonky and his weight. I mean, that part should contribute to his footwork.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, so I don't. Like I said, it still doesn't. Like I said, it doesn't compute.
All right, so as we sit here wondering what they're gonna do next, yeah, like I said, this just furthers. It's so hard to tell. I have no idea what they're doing.
Well, I mean, obviously Walker is going to be gone, but I mean, outside
Yeah.
of that, I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, because I mean, they still need, even though their defense doesn't need or use a true nose tackle, they don't really have
Yeah.
a nose or a one tech or whatever you want to call it.
As much as Kenny can do it for how Halfley likes to play, you don't want him doing that the whole season, kind of thing.
Oh, the Bears made a good pick. They took Ozzy Trapelio. I like it. He's a good tackle. He's like kind of like how to explain it. He's a good pick actually for sure. He's like your traditional like Boston College tackle. He's like 6'8", 315, 320, whatever it is. Not a super athlete, but like he's so technically like on it and proficient. Like he's although he's a different player, he's like Zach Tom esque in the sense of like he's boring to watch. You just watch him like, oh, yep, there.
Kind of an eraser.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. He's just like a boring watch, like I said, in a good way. It's just like, oh yeah, there he is, just doing his job. Yep, stop that guy. Okay, yeah. Yep, gave up a little bit of ground, but got the stop. Okay, yeah. It's just boring to watch. You're watching him, you're like, oh my god, this is so boring sometimes. Like, because it's just like he's so consistent. He will get beat on the outside by some speed rushers and super bendy guys and stuff like that. Those guys will give him some trouble, but he's actually a really good pick. He's a good right tackle for them. I'm a little annoyed that they made a good pick.
Honestly, would have been a better pick for Green Bay.
Dude, and like we were talking about earlier, Ken Ingalls, man, his sassiness has been coming out a lot lately. He tweeted out Brian Gutekunst does not give a shit about your consensus draft board. Oh man, that's funny.
Push it to the limit, Ken. Like you said, this kind of goes with the golden pick where it flies in the face of so much of what they've built their identity to be, both in terms of prospects they've drafted and also what LaFleur's offense is. And like I said, I don't mind if they're making a shift, but it's like this feels like a move that you do for Jacobs, not for Jordan, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, or unless they're like, we don't want Jordan outside the pocket as much, which I can't see LaFleur bending to that degree, kind of thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's well, actually interesting. Oh, sorry, go. I just saw a tweet from Ryan Woods. So John Eric Sullivan said that he said Belton can play tackle or guard. And that is, but I think where'd it go? I'm trying to pull up PFF real quick because I think I'm 90% sure he only played tackle.
Yeah.
Just double check. But I'm 90% sure he only played tackle in college. So, where's this? There it goes. Yeah, he only played like tackle in college. So, but I think he could. I mean, like I said before, maybe they transitioned to guard. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be the option. The what they're planning to do is move him to right guard, let Ryan walk, and then play Morgan at left tackle. That could be what the plan is. Just double checking. Yeah, he only played. I finally got it up. He only played left tackle at North Carolina State. He took a total of 11 snaps at right tackle in college. So, but yeah, I mean his RAS as a guard is pretty high. So I guess, like I said, maybe. Yeah, because just looking at his blocking numbers real quick, just curious. Yeah, he gave up 3 sacks this year. Yeah, I think he's more of a right tackle, if anything, but I don't know, man.
Oh, a lot of Packers Twitter is going to be disappointed in this Raiders pick.
Oh, I saw that. Well, who's going to be crying about that one is Andy Herman. Andy Herman could not stop gushing about Jack Besh, like how much he liked him and stuff. I'm like, the Packers are not going to take Jack Besh. He doesn't. What's it called? He doesn't fit what they're looking for.
They have Musgrave already.
Basically, I mean, he's basically a big slot. And he's a power. He's what the new term power slot. That's what he is. So, ooh, the slide stops for Mike Green, I guess.
uh,
Baltimore took him.
yep.
Baltimore's one of those teams. They'll take those character risk guys because they're
Yep.
because they're what's it called, their locker room and stuff is pretty good. So that Baltimore defense, man. Ugh. With
The
Green
funny
and
thing is, I feel like mostly because of injury, their edge rush is kind of funky though.
that defense is so good, and like you add Mike Green to it and Starks, Jesus man,
Yep.
that safety group, like what was it called last night? I think it was Joe DeLeon was talking about it. He was like, yeah, this basically makes them the best safety group in the NFL, even though Starks is a rookie. This basically makes them the. I'm like, yeah, I totally agree with that. That's just
So much
basically
versatility.
yeah, exactly. And like, just how are you gonna like, man? I don't know, man. How are you gonna like? How do you scheme against those two guys, man? I don't know, man. That's gonna be
Yeah,
tough.
that is interesting on the John Eric Sullivan comments, but yeah, that's another one. I'll be interested to see where Belton's taking snaps when training camp starts.
It'd be like Morgan again. They'll put him at tackle, be like, oh wait, you're not a tackle. Never mind. I moved him inside to guard.
Like, because that's the thing is, they like guys who can mirror, but I just can't see them turn into a team that's like favors guys who protect the inside post and just use like length and size to force guys to run around the outside and stuff. Like I just don't see them becoming that kind of pass protecting team, which is how you have to play if you're going to have those kind of guys. But I don't know. To each their own, I guess.
Oh my god. It's, oh man, some of the replies I'm getting on Twitter, people are just dumpster fire, terrible reach, and all this stuff. I'm like, calm down, dude.
Like I said, I like the player. I just don't get the fit.
Exactly.
That's my whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. Of course, I got the comment. You don't know ball. I was like, okay.
A staple.
Of course. But then it's funny, like, what's it called? People don't understand a pick, which we've been talking about this for a few minutes about we don't understand the pick, but like people don't understand the pick, so automatically jump to terrible GM, he needs to be fired. It's like, well, okay, chill out, guys. Like, yeah, we don't understand the pick, but like, let's give him a chance to see if he can do something. Oh man, you see, Ratledge went to the Lions.
Yep, that's a
That
good.
is such a Dan Campbell pick.
Yep,
Dan Campbell had to go to the GM. He's like, give me Ratledge.
yep.
Ratledge has that. He has the what's it called? The haircut. The party in the back, business in the
Yeah,
front.
the mullet. He has
Mullet,
the
yeah,
old
yeah. He
school
has the
mullet.
mullet. He's this big country boy and stuff. Yeah, that's totally like a Dan Campbell pick.
I played with guys that look like that. It's going to be a really interesting year for Detroit. I'm curious to see what they're going to look like this year because you lose both your coordinators in one offseason. That's a lot of change for a young team that they've made the championship game, but they haven't really contended. Kind of like, I know that sounds like a weird thing to say. They've
Right,
like
right.
they've peered at they've been to the edge and peered over it, but they haven't like jumped in, kind of thing.
The Titans take. Oh, this is never mind. I was like, oh, I thought. Yeah, my
It's funny. There still hasn't been a true run on corners though.
yeah, it's weird. I mean, maybe because some of the guys are injured, so they're dropping a bit. That's probably likely what it
But
is.
it's funny that you haven't seen the, well, that guy's injured, so elevate this guy kind of thing. Like, yeah, there have been 4 corners taken so far, and
Freaking,
that's
sorry,
with Hunter being listed as a corner.
the freaking Broncos took my guy RJ Harvey.
Yeah, I saw that.
That dude's so good.
Who is that? Oh, okay. I was like, who the hell is that? Oh, that's the Tyler Shock announcement. I was like, that's not RJ Harvey.
I was like, what? Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. So now we gotta wait. Gotta wait a while
Yep.
again for the Packers.
I'm shocked Chevelle is still on the board, or Ravel is. That's if he gets picked by the Packers, I'm gonna get that wrong so many times. Siobhan Ravel, not
Right.
Rashawn Chevelle.
Oh, and Aaron posted her Anthony Belton in a Packers uniform thing. It's hilarious. And she snuck in a little sliding Mark Murphy on there
Oh
too.
yeah,
Hilarious.
that's funny.
Yeah, it's gonna be sad that we can't really use that anymore after he's gone.
He'll still be around.
Yeah. I guess Jack Besh had a big old party.
Yeah.
There's videos of him like there's like it looks like there's like 100 people there. I'm like, dang, dude. Kyle Fells is not happy. He posted a Parks and Rec meme of what's his name smashing his cell phone.
Ron, yeah.
Yeah, Ron did. Oh my god, that's so funny. That reminds me because Ken Ingalls he just posted about Aaron Banks was the largest player on the Packers roster. Now it's Belton. Like he had posted like the other day too. He's like, oh, like Aaron Banks is now the heaviest player on the Packers. And I was like, yeah, he'll probably stay the heaviest player on the Packers. Nope, it didn't last long. But yeah, that's my only thing about Belton. I'm worried about is if can he keep his weight down because, like I said, he was in the 340s. So I don't know, man. Kyle Fellows says he'll talk himself into the pick. Oh damn! There goes Trey Amos.
Yep.
Commanders. Yeah, they definitely need secondary help too. So yeah.
it's so funny. So like, I didn't realize I hadn't updated um my draft pick um spreadsheet from last year. And when I put in Glover's stuff, it just tanked. Um, it tanked Goot's offensive tackle average.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
okay. It's fine.
Did he play some guard this year though too?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they announced him as a tackle, so I left him there. I know. I'm debating like, do I leave those guys there? Do I move them around afterward?
yeah,
But I for now, I'm sticking with the you announced as.
yeah. That's usually what I do. Whatever they're announced as, I'll list them at in my database. Unless like then they do the press conference to talk about the guys, Goody or whatever. They say, oh yeah, we drafted him to play position X or whatever.
Yeah,
Otherwise, yeah, I'll list them at whatever they were announced as. Because the teams, they fill out the cards, and
yeah,
they write on there the name and the position. So, and the Packers and other teams have done that where a guy played position X in the college and then was announced that as another position or whatever. So,
hence Rashawn.
yeah. Oh, you're thinking just RJ Harvey. That's funny. I can hear your
Yeah,
TV.
just announced.
Yeah, yeah. That guy. If the Packers, how do I put it? If the Packers actually, well, if the Packers weren't so set up running back, I would have loved to have RJ Harvey in Green Bay. Although he's shorter than I think they would have taken because he's like 5'7", but the guy's so good.
Leverage.
He is so quick, and for
It's
like a small,
he's fun to watch. He is fun
he,
tape to watch.
he's built like a brick, dude. So like
Yep.
he's got that contact balance, he's got the speed, he's got like all that. He's so good. God. What do you think about the Walter Nolan pick yesterday?
I honestly don't know enough about what Arizona's roster composition is, but yeah, I don't know if they like saw Graham go higher than honestly higher than I expected because I thought he was gonna get shoved down by all the short arms, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like I don't really know how I feel about that pick.
Yeah, well, also I just wasn't that high on him because he was peaks and valleys in his play. He'd he would disappear like on film. Like you'd watch games, there'd be like 2, 3 games, or well, not maybe not 3, but like a couple games like in a row. You'd be watching like, okay, like is he even on the field? Like what is he doing? Like he's just there, you know. And then even if you look at, it's funny too because even if you look at his stats, there was a couple games where just like he wouldn't do anything. He'd have no stats, nothing. Like he was just there, and then he have a couple games where he has like a sack and like 3 or 4 pressures and this and that. It's just I always worry about those guys that are
Yeah,
good down like that.
not the same way, but there's a little Jarrell Worthy to his game.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I can see that.
The production side of it.
Yeah, Trout Worthy. Oh my gosh, that guy.
I still can't believe they took him that high. Like, I remember when there was all the talk that he might go there, but I was like, are you serious? Like, that guy? That guy who doesn't do anything if he's not jumping snap counts?
That's how he did it. He just jumped snap counts in college because it's easier to jump the snap count in college.
Yep.
But yeah, it was funny slash weird when they took that pick. I was like, Oh, and then that quote though from that's also kind of what I was thinking about. This was Walter Nolan like, "Oh, I'm Aaron Donald" or something like that. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, shut up, dude. Or I'm Aaron Donald 2.0 or whatever it was he said. I was just like, come on, dude.
The John Eric Sullivan, big guys don't get small.
Yeah, it's like, oh, gee, I didn't know that.
It usually takes stomach staples, gastric bypass.
Yeah, I know. Or Ozempic, or even metformin if you can't afford Ozempic. Oh, the Bears took Shamar Turner, the other Shamar.
Oh
Although I don't really think the Packers were on him, but
no.
dang, the AF. This is interesting. I didn't even notice this. Schefter just tweeted the AFC West is loaded up on running backs because
Yeah.
the Raiders took GT, the Chargers took Hampton, and the Broncos took Harvey. So I was like, oh yeah, that's crazy. It's gonna be interesting watching that group.
I like the Chargers draft so far, but also I thought they needed another guard, but I guess it hasn't really fallen that way for them on the board, but
Mm-hmm.
or like guard slash interior O lineman. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. What True North said? Yeah, Belton. He did spit on a Clemson player. I forgot about that.
oh, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah,
Did I even know about that?
I knew about that. I remember that. Yeah, I just had totally forgotten about that.
But like I said, but yeah, totally different players. But I just kept kind of chuckling whenever I would watch or just Louisville O line tape because I was like, oh my god, it looks like it's Becton, but I think Becton
Oh,
wore 73 in college. But yeah, I was just laughing all the
yeah, he
time.
did.
Yeah, same thing. I really liked Becton coming out of college, but again, a guy that Green Bay was never going to be in position, but never would draft either, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And they start speeding up these picks.
I know.
Did Jake off work today?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Just
Yeah,
easier that way than trying to run out the back door.
yeah. I worked last night, but I got to work later tonight. But
Ooh.
yeah,
It's funny that they say Scourton is a tweeter, but I thought Turner was even more of a tweeter.
who says Scourton's a tweener?
That was the NFL Network box.
What? That's so weird. He's not a tweener at all. Like they had him add too much weight, Texas A&M and stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, he was in the 270s at Purdue, so he's not a tweener. He's just they had him because even looking at pictures at Texas A&M, he's definitely fatter than he was at Purdue.
Yeah. Because I think when he was at Indiana, he was only like mid 230s, 240.
Scourton, no, he was at Purdue. He was
Oh no,
260s.
Indiana before Purdue. I thought
He
he was
was
a
at
little
Indiana.
skinnier. Wasn't he?
He wasn't. No, he wasn't at India. He was Purdue.
Oh, I'm thinking. I know. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. They've had their Indiana and Purdue have had a couple edge guys that have like transferred in and out like that kind of thing. So
Of course, Belton is saying all the things you should say as you drafted. Oh, I'll play any position. I don't care. You know, whatever.
yeah.
Blah blah blah. That's so crazy that Shadur's still out there.
Yep.
I mean, I kind of get the fall out of the first round stuff, but
To fall out of the second round is wild too.
yeah. Chiefs took Norman Lott.
Yeah.
Some Packers fans liked him. I didn't really see the fit. Yeah, it feels like Goody's trying to compete with Detroit. She's trying to out Detroit.
I know. I don't know how I feel about that.
Right? Kind of weird. Yeah, but Norman Lott next to what's his name, Chris Jones. That's gonna be
Yep.
pretty good pass rush duo there. Oh, and the Eagles took Makuba.
Oh, no surprise. Cue up the jokes.
Right. Oh darn, there goes Alexander.
Ah.
Although I didn't think it was a slide to the third round anyway, but I wonder what is exactly that's causing Shitter to drop so much.
Because like I get the interview process, I get a lot of that stuff, but the tape is still good. Like
Yeah, it's not elite tape, but I mean it's still good. You know, he's throws with good accuracy.
anticipation and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean athleticism is not great. His arm's not great, but like it's definitely good enough, especially in a bad quarterback class.
Yep.
It's weird. It must be. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's the interviews or maybe something else. I don't know.
Oh, Bo Allen looks small now.
watch, watch Shiloh get drafted before Shadur.
Oh my god.
That'd be hilarious. You remember back in like probably was the summer or whatever when Shiloh was getting like day two hype and stuff.
Oh my god. That
I
was
was
the
like,
dumbest shit.
what? Yeah, that was funny. Hmm? Yeah, yeah. I totally. I blame Wessendorf. Wessendorf. It's Wessendorf's fault.
Nah, I saw it from couple non-Packers stuff too. Yeah, the leaks have been weird this year. The they're really inconsistent.
Yeah,
Yep, all the I feel like they're ignoring quarterback and edge. They did tell us they were going to a certain extent, like
yeah,
versus what we all thought.
yeah.
Like the one thing you gotta say is that Good has not
He's
lied to us
he's
for better or worse.
he's pretty honest. Like, yeah. I'm pretty sure they'll drop an edge at some point. But I mean, yeah, it's yeah. And like I didn't think they were gonna take one. People were like, oh, they're gonna need to take an edge in the first round. I'm like, no, I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna do.
Like yeah, as much as I thought they would, like if Stewart's there, I don't know if they say no, kind of thing.
Right.
But but yeah, the the only way they were taking an edge in the first round is if um they were gonna use Lucas like what's his face Justin Tuck, like
Mhm.
outside like start on the edge, come inside on third down kind of thing and stuff. Which
Right. Right. Right.
if they don't get another defensive tackle, they might have to. But yeah, um, yeah,
Yeah.
they maybe Andy's right. Maybe they really do believe in Brenton Cox Jr. I mean, he put some nice stuff on film last year and all. Like, I'll give him that. He finished plays. There's something to be said about that. But also, like, his first two sacks were like, no what? It was the like, we do not care what 51 does or what's his number? 57. Like 57, you can
Yeah.
just ignore him if he makes the play. Oh well, kind of thing. And like I said, he deserves credit for like, yeah, I'm gonna go make that play kind of thing. But the first time he gets optioned, it's like bye bye kind of thing.
Yeah.
Against the yeah,
Right. You know, what's it called? Eli Berkovitz.
Uh huh.
He tweeted out early. He's like, the Packers drafted a man with a man to be their left tackle of the future. I was like, I heard this line, Jordan Morgan, what am I, chopped liver?
That's not what they're telling me.
Right?
Is Morgan one of those guys that he like measured longer at one of the other events before the combine, or no?
No.
Oh, you said it was backwards last year, right? That they were shorter at the Senior Bowl than they were at the combine, or
Well, yeah, that's kind of what usually happens most years is at the All Star games, they'll measure a little bit shorter than they do at the combine for some weird reason. Something I've noticed. Not every single player, but like on average, they're usually a little bit shorter. There's a few guys here and there that have been like longer at the All Star games, but like in general, in the years past, for whatever reason, the combine guys seem to always measure longer as far as their wingspan and the arm length and stuff like that. But this year, for some reason, it was really weird where that the combine they measured it like shorter. There was a couple guys, I can't remember offhand who, I'd have to go back and look. There was a couple guys who were like measured literally like an inch shorter, like their arms were an inch shorter from like
right? I mean,
yeah,
Belton's one of them.
yeah, and it was like super weird. I remember seeing that and I was like, what? This is weird. And so I started messaging a lot of people people that I know that have like connections and whatever with scouting and stuff like that. It's like, hey, what's up with this? This is really weird because guys usually end up coming up longer at the combine, and they're like, oh, I don't know, it's weird. I don't know. I noticed it too. And then later on, I guess some people found out, yeah, there was this one guy that was doing the measurements, and he was doing it wrong, and people were telling him he was doing it wrong, and he refused to admit he was doing it wrong.
And that guy's been there for years, right?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I know
Yeah.
because I know that there has been some turnover because that guy who Mark shit what's his the one who used to start the 40, he's not there anymore, right?
I don't remember. I don't even watch the combine too much on TV because I mean, especially like the running the 40. I just look at the times.
Yeah.
Watching them in the 40, it's like, what is it? But I think yeah. But I did watch a little bit last year. I think he was still there, I mean, unless he wasn't there this year. I think he was there last year, if I remember. I remember watching a little bit last year. I also wonder what this says about what's it called? What the Packers think about Glover.
I mean, he's a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. But I mean,
Yeah.
it may
But
make them, yeah, that they're like, we saw him play a little bit. And,
yeah, it's one thing to be like not quite ready, but yeah, he just didn't look like he could survive at all.
yeah, I never thought he was really a Packer. Like, he doesn't move that well. And I was like,
Yeah,
well, like,
I mean, like at least with Becton, you can see moments where when his stuff is good, you're like, okay, like I can squint and see it, and like you said, especially at guard. But yeah, the Glover one was such a like, I know we joked about red card, yellow card tight ends and stuff, but they just don't take red and yellow card linemen. Like I said, I was shocked when I went back and I saw Sherrod was a yellow card.
yeah, he was. But when he played before he got injured, he looked.
Oh
he looked
yeah, no, he
good.
was good.
But then he got injured, and he just was never the same.
The nerve damage.
Yeah. Ashton Gillott went to the Chiefs. Chiefs, yeah. Some Packers fans like Ashton Gillott, but yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't going to be a Packer. He's really short arms.
It's 87. We are waiting for 87. I was like, when did we pick that? I know we're doing that whole. I always get thrown off when it's that that flip flop between like the same record teams, and it's like the rules on who gets the pick first and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. At least it's going. Seems to be going a little bit faster. What pick are they at? Oh, they're at 66. They went a while ago.
Yep.
Got a ways to go. No beer today?
I don't drink.
Oh, you don't?
No.
No weed? I'm just kidding. You're supposed to say just because I live in Hawaii.
We're still underdeveloped in that regard anyway. And I'm not on Maui.
Oh, most of the weed smokers are Maui.
Oh no, just because of Maui Wowie.
Oh, yeah.
Dang. There went Fannin. I don't know if he was ever going to be a Packer. I feel like they've moved on from that H back, but like I said, it would have been nice to see the DeGuara position in like with an actual player there.
No, oh.
Also, I wanted to see him wear 0 on the Packers.
Nice. I don't think the Packers would have even allowed it. They've been like, no.
It's one of those where I'm kind of like, they've got to soon because they're running out of numbers.
Pretty much.
They have their sorta rules on retired numbers and sorta not retired rules and shit like that. It's like,
Yeah, unofficially retired, yeah. I don't think Corey Kinnon's gonna be all that happy about the Fannin pick.
Steve Wisniewski is funny.
Oh yeah.
Oh, like I said, the leaks have been super inconsistent this year.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, it's weird. I think if I remember right, last year, like they were trying not to tweet him out too soon.
Yeah, like I know McShay like flat out said like we're not gonna do it this year. It
Yeah.
seems like yeah, like the Rappaports and stuff, they're not doing it this year.
Mhm.
So yeah, go figure.
I guess this year they're just like, fuck it.
Yeah.
The Patriots took Kyle Williams. I know uh, Jake's gonna be sad about that.
I can't see them taking another short like another slot.
He would be a slot in Green Bay.
Yeah. Like as much as I'm like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic on them doing it right for for Golden. There's no way.
It's a funny thing too. I was when it comes to Golden. Oh, the Raiders took Darian Porter,
Yeah.
the freak athlete from Iowa State corner.
Yeah.
Guy who was a 6-year guy, 24 years old, barely played any corner. Um, and people, I think, actually, kind of getting off where I was originally talking about. The interesting thing with Porter is people are like, oh well, he played in rotation, at Iowa State at corner and stuff. They're like, well, he must. They were saying things like, oh, he must not be very good because he was in like a rotation or whatever at Iowa State. But people didn't look at like how good actually their corners were at Iowa State. They they had like three just really good corners, and so like they just rotated them.
And I
Um,
mean,
yeah,
like
and
Johnson Jr. and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, yeah, because it's because they had three really good corners. Not three really good corners, but three good corners. In the Purchase, Porter, and Williams. Williams is going to be a guy to keep an eye on for next year for 2026. John Tess Williams, he was really good.
Hmm.
He had like 5 interceptions this year, I think, or 4 interceptions, something like that. So he's really good. He's going to be a guy next year to keep an eye on. But and then they're the slot guy. They already had a slot guy with Jeremiah Cooper, who's kind of a slot safety, whatever. But that's why Porter was like kind of in a rotation just because they wanted to get all their corners in the field because they were all really good. Um, but anyway, back what I was saying about Golden was something that I forgot about when I was doing my board for him. And I actually listed him as a slot for Green Bay because of the arm length thing. But then I forgot about the whole senior combine thing of the arm length. And he's close. He's like he's close to 31 inches. He was like 30 and 5/8 or something like that. So um, I wouldn't be surprised if at his pro day, although I was looking, I couldn't find anything. But like if his pro day, he was like his arms were like 31 inches long, 31 inches long or something like that, which is what Greg Jennings was too. So um, that could just be what it is. Yeah, but Pete Carroll definitely got a Pete Carroll type corner with Porter.
Yep.
Definitely a cover two corner or cover not cover two, cover three.
3. Yep. Yep, True North. I think they used all of them in trades today or yesterday.
Oh, other picks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right, then Minnesota is paying the bill from like a couple years ago and stuff, and so that is funny. It's funny how that, and especially like when you contrast that against like this is the first year where they went into draft night with everyone holding their own pick and stuff. It's kind of a
in the first round.
funkiness.
Yeah, that was the first year in a long time that happened or whatever.
Oh, that's mean having Terry and Arnold read the pick. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe.
So you tell your boss today you're taking the day off to watch the draft.
No, I'm sick. I got the draft flu.
Right?
Oh, I feel like that's really early for Tesla.
They took Tesla in the third round.
Yeah,
What the dude? The guy
that,
is basically
that was my MVS or
Jeff
Equinemius
Janis.
St. Brown pick.
He's Jeff Janis basically. He's Jeff Janis with a different name. Like freak athlete who's basically done nothing. Like I mean, it's not 100% his fault. Like the stats or not the stats, but the numbers he's put up. Just because that offense that they run at Arkansas, it's very like run heavy, very RPO, almost like option offense with the quarterback getting a lot of carries and stuff. But even still, like Armstrong had over 1,000 yards this year, so Tesla should put up at least better numbers than he did. I mean, at least because I think he only had like 400 yards this year or something like that.
Yeah.
Let me see. Look it up real quick. 532
Oh, okay.
and three touchdowns. So, and he played a lot of the slot. He does have short arms, So, oh yeah, he was
Yeah, he's
mostly
kind of a weird T Rex. That's way.
yeah. Well, yeah, 79% of the slot. So yeah, he's kind of like a again like another power slot, kind of like
Yeah.
Jack Besh type of slot receiver. So weird.
Ooh. So Detroit traded their third, a 26th third, two 26 thirds. Yeah, so they traded 102, two 26 thirds, and got back a sixth this year and a sixth next year for Tesla.
Huh.
That's
Weird. Interesting. And then Arif Hassan, the guy who does the consensus board, he's like,
yeah.
171 on the consensus big board. Now officially the biggest reach. Classic Lions. That kind of is the Lions. They don't give a shit like about your
Nope.
board as a board. They'll take whoever they like because they're like, oh, we like this guy, so we're just going to take him. We don't care, type of thing.
And I know it's kind of worked out the last couple years, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just that thing when you do that. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Jalen Noel's still out there. That's weird.
Yeah.
Jalen
Noel
Noel's
and
really,
Royals are still out there.
yeah, that's crazy because Noel's really good. So is Royals. I would have taken both of them over Tesla. That's yeah. So Lions fans are crying about edge rushers. That sounds like Packers fans.
I know.
So what True North said. Packers fans crying. We didn't draft an edge. We just drafted one a couple years ago. The one thing I hate about day two, it takes a while.
Yeah.
Day three is nice because the picks go fast.
They do.
As soon as you finish talking about a pick, oh, another pick is out there. Oh, Io Manor 2 is out there still. That's right. Dang, that's crazy. Tesla over Io Manor, Royal, and Noel. That's definitely a choice. Corey Jenner John just tweeted out Jack Sawyer would be a good pick for the Packers, and I was like, no, we don't need a T-Rex pass rusher.
We don't need that.
No, especially one that's like not really that athletic.
That's the thing. Like, if you're undersized, you gotta have a trait.
Yeah,
And his is
what is his trait? He plays hard. That's about it. Oh, the Saints took
not
Vernon
this year. Like, I
this
you
summer.
don't.
Yeah,
Yeah. Unless there's a deal, like unless someone is like willing to trade something of subsequent of substance, you're not moving a starting O lineman. Like again, the word of the game is they're looking to contend this year. You're not trading starters unless
yep,
you're getting something like a day two pick for either one of those guys.
definitely. Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's pretty much a guarantee that Walker is going to be gone in the summer. And it was already looking like that anyway. Now with
Hold on.
Belton or whatever, he's gone for sure.
Kobe. Kobe.
Well, I guess JJ Leahy was on TV today on the news. I'm in a clip.
Well, he has a couple pairs of shorts that are definitely small. Sorry.
Oh, there he is. Ooh, famous.
Okay, that's okay. A what?
JJ was on local news.
Ah, yeah, they're gone after this year.
Yeah, True North. Yeah, they're gone after this year, which is sad because Ryan played pretty well this past year.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. The Bills took Landon Jackson. We don't have to worry about Landon Jackson in Green Bay.
Looking that way.
Ooh, and the Jets got a steal too.
You can shut the door.
Yep,
Ooh.
steal.
Still haven't had the run.
Kind of, yeah.
Like you said, we've reached the entertain everybody point of the episode.
Yep. Well, hey, but you know,
But
my
wanted to shout out True North. Thank you for sticking around for basically the whole of this thing so far.
right.
Appreciate all the feedback too. But yeah, I mean, still weird. Ravel is still on the board. Like you said, Royals, Noel, Isle Manor. So much is still going on.
Yeah, if what's it called? If my wife and kids were here, my kids were here, they'd be competing with your daughter to get on the screen and stuff too. I got the house to myself for I got the house to myself for a day and a half. They went out of town for a day and a half. What is going on? The Broncos just took Pat Bryant.
What?
Yeah, I mean he's good, he's solid, but like before all these other guys, that's so weird.
A lot of that going on.
Yeah, something must be going on with Jalen Noel, like maybe an injury or maybe bad interviews or something.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
You can blame me for whatever you want.
It's always the Celtics fans' fault. I think if Ravel is there though in the third round, if you're a Packers, you got to take him
Yep,
just because
absolutely.
the value, man. She wants to host, Mike.
Just messing with my volume.
She just wants to take over as host. It's okay. She wants to bust out her DJ skills or something.
Yeah.
There you go. That works. She's like, nah, I'm over it.
She's somewhere in that slightly nap deprived state, so she's pretty giddy. You've been there.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
Thankfully I'm past that age. I don't have to worry about that. Oops. That's a pretty good draft though with Azariah Thomas in the third. La la la. Are you singing? We got a singer on our hands. Got a future singer on our hands.
I'm flying deaf right now. The stream has gone off the deep end, everyone. Oh, there, they finally announced Pat Bryant.
Yeah. The stream has officially been derailed.
Why?
Why don't you tell me why? Hmm. Panthers just traded up.
Hello.
Okay, Kobe, can I have that, please?
She's like, no, it's
Thank
mine.
you.
It's mine, she says.
Hi, Kobe.
Yeah, see, she told you it's mine.
Your hair's all messed up now. What? Oh, 49ers.
I wonder if the drops issue is causing Aomander to drop in the draft.
Maybe, but
I don't know. I don't know what else. In the little bit inconsistency, I guess. Maybe I don't know.
production is still round two, though.
Oh, for sure. Oh, that's early for Nick Martin.
That's why I said.
I mean, I like him, but like not in the third round. I like it's like a day 3 pick, like depth guy.
Taking a little Smurf linebacker.
Yeah, yeah. Special teamers
Nope.
such depth guy. Oh, hiccups. Jeez, dude. Pro Football Talk. That guy's so dumb.
What was that? Say that again.
Pro Football Talk. That guy, I forget what his name is, but
Oh,
that
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
He's so dumb. He's like, oh, Shooter Sanders had 1 year of college eligibility left. He should go back and play one more year at some other school. It's like, what are you talking about? He
Damn it,
can't go back. Yeah,
Cowboys.
he signed with an agent and all this other stuff. Like, he can't go back.
Yep.
Oh, damn. There goes Ravel.
Yep. That's a good pick.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Kobe, stop. Stop. That's funny. That
What's
is
that?
hilarious. True North.
Oh, hopefully, right?
Hold on, let me get you a pair. Come. Good shot.
Is your son at school or is he
Did
at
they
home?
ever explain Princely's weight loss?
Not that I know of. I haven't seen it. He
That
just
was
decided to
wild.
drop. He decided to drop 20 pounds from the Senior Bowl for whatever weird reason, and he still didn't have a great workout. So it's just like,
Good spot to get Princely, though.
yeah. Oh, there goes Jalen Noel.
Nope.
Finally, What did you think of Princely's film?
I liked it. It's kind of it kind of reminds me of Enigmares a little bit in that sense, where there's some like I think he's you like the discrepancy between their Raz, it plays out a little bit on film. I do think Enigbari is a little more physical, but
Yeah,
kind of similar players where it's like just enough to turn the corner at the pros, but also, you know, at any
not
point it's like, are you a marginal NFL athlete and does that bite you in the butt kind of thing?
yeah, not really like all that bendy and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, his get off is like almost is like nothing.
Yeah.
Snap is just like, ooh, this guy.
Because yeah, Enigbari at least had you saw those snaps where he, it's more of a read the snap and kind of stuff. But when he did get it, you could see him time it up, and it looked pretty like he had those plays where you're like, okay, like that plays up kind of thing. But yeah, overall, it's kind of like very kind of blocky, boxy play.
Yeah,
I didn't see who Arizona picked yet, but that is hilarious that the Texans are the ones picking Noel.
it makes me wonder: are they giving up on Tank?
Maybe that injury is that bad.
It might be. Sounds like it. For them to take another slot receiver that early.
Well, because he got hurt in the playoff game, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, he's down for a bit.
Yep.
Yeah, let's open that door up because we are like halfway across the ticker now.
Open one
What?
door.
Which way do you think they're going this round? Because I'm just, yeah, I don't know which way they're gonna go.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, there went Birch.
I didn't like Birch. He kind of came off like a bit of a tweener for me.
I can see it. He's kind of Daytona in that way.
Kind of. He's got like a big giant ass too. So like to me, it was whenever I see a guy with a big giant ass, I'm like, oh, that's a defensive tackle.
Not a bad mantra to live by.
Yeah, you don't want your edge rushers with big giant asses.
Oh, Devontae Adams' dog. Yeah, who's left on the? I know this. It's crawling along so much. I'm like, who's left? Right? Like,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most of the edges. Let me see. Most of the edges are still there. I don't know if they took one now, but
I guess
now it's
Josh
just
Farmer's technically there.
Yeah, he's still there. So like at least as far as the edges, obviously Stewart's gone, Jackson's gone, JT's gone, uh, Garrett's gone, Femi's gone, Birch is gone, Michael Williams. I mean, there's still some guys. I mean,
Swinson's out there. Yeah.
yes, yeah, is out there. Kennard is out there. Barron's out there, but I'd rather take him in the fourth.
Hmm.
Um, Savion Jones is out there, but I feel like he's more of a fourth rounder type guy. Fidel Diggs, I think he's kind of a fourth rounder. So there's a few guys. And then the D line, of course, Farmer's there. Who else is out there? Alexander's gone. CJ West, but he's kind of a day 3 guy. Brinson's kind of a day 3 guy. Who else? Biggers is a day 3 guy. We said Farmer.
Do you think, and I only ask this because he kind of did it at Coastal Carolina, do you think they would take Josiah Stewart and have him be a stand-up Sam?
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's because he's just not that tall. Like, I don't know.
It's so hard because they haven't had to draft a Sam in so long, but the last one they had was Niall Diggs, so it's like
Yeah. Yeah, it's the last time they had a real
and Diggs was like the stereotypical, prototypical Sam linebacker. But then like he was also athletic enough to play Will too, kind of thing. So he was, I know, when he left Green Bay, I was kind of heartbroken. I was like, damn, he's a good like undersung, but like just a really reliable role player.
You remember? Speaking of Niall Diggs, do you remember the funny story of when he was drafted? Him and Barry were drafted together to Green Bay.
No, I didn't hear that one. What happened?
You don't remember that one? Okay, so you remember his teammate? I believe it was Ed Barry was drafted with. They were drafted together to Green Bay, right? The safety Ed Barry.
Yeah.
So the funny story is, I still remember this because it's hilarious. So Barry was older. He was like a 5th-year guy or whatever at the time because they didn't have COVID years and all that stuff. And then Diggs was like a 4th-year guy or something like that. So Barry was like a year or two old, Barry was like a year or two older. So actually, Niall Diggs was Barry's uncle through marriage. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Diggs' brother, or no, how did it work? Diggs' mom had married Barry's dad, or something like that, or it was something like that. I can't remember what it was, or maybe his sister. No, how did that work? I can't remember how it worked, but yeah, it was funny. There were stories out there about it. It was hilarious, like when they got drafted.
Unfortunately, I just wasn't that plugged in then. Ah, that's a bummer.
Bummer or just a good funny story?
Oh no, I'm saying a bummer I didn't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was a funny, weird story. Because Niall was like a little bit like a year or two younger, like I said, like he was his uncle. Hilarious. Ty Hamilton's out there. I don't know if just looking at the defense tackles again. Ty Hamilton's out there. I think he has some pass rush upside, but I don't know. I'll take him in the 3rd.
Yeah, he's a little too. I mean, like you said, that's kind of your nose tackle guy.
Yeah, the funny thing about him is he's 299.
I know.
You watch him play, and he's just super stout. It's like it's weird, and he's pretty wide for like a guy
that's only 300.
Yeah,
He's kind of like he's kind of like what's the guy that Seattle drafted, the short Texas guy that Seattle just had, and now he signed with the Rams.
Puna Ford.
Yeah. He's kind of. I know Puna's a little squatty here, but it's kind of like that where it's like.
Yeah, Puna's like 5'11", but yeah. Oh man, just look at the board. Like, yeah, the defensive tackle is kind of picked over, at least for 3rd round. Like I said, I think Farmer, maybe Hamilton, but kind of a little bit of a reach. I don't know. Let's It's a lot of 3 techs out there.
Yeah.
Just looking.
Kobe, stop.
I mean, Cam Horsley, but again, he's like a day 3 guy.
Stop, Kobe. Come.
Day 3 guy. Yeah, a bunch of day 3 guys, basically. Yeah, so I think it could be. I think here either you go like corner or edge. Let's go for farmer. Because let's see, Ransaw is still there. Kind of early for
Kobe,
Corey
stop.
Black.
Noel Williams, it's a little early. I think he's more. I know some people are like round 3, but I'm more of a round 4 guy on him.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, he actually looks more like he'd be a slot in Green Bay.
Yeah,
His
but
arms are under 31 inches.
and then again, they're like, we like all the slots, and we think they all can play on the outside. I know.
I guess.
Menace. Good kind, though.
She has a funny laugh.
I have no idea where she learned it from.
Not from your wife?
Nope. Not from our siblings either.
Ooh, Steelers got Caleb Johnson. That's a good pick.
Oh, Joe will be heartbroken.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
He goes from black and gold to black and gold.
Well, it's like black and yellow to black and gold, basically.
Yeah.
Bengals got Dylan Fairchild. That's a pretty good pick.
Yeah. No.
Dang, Xavier Watson's still out there. That's surprising. I mean, I know he's not like an elite athlete or anything like that, but like his instincts are really good. As safety,
Yeah.
you don't need to be a safety. You don't need to be an elite athlete. So
They, like I said, I know some people will say like they took 3 last year, but they do need another. They need a free safety type.
we'll back up free safety. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, and then like I know some will be like, but X. I'm like, but also X is good in the box. Like X is just good.
Justin Wally went to the Colts too. That's a good pick.
Yeah, that was. How did Winston test? Yeah, why is he still there?
He didn't test because he's coming off the injury.
Oh, that's right. He's the one that was hurt.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why Ty Wheatley's son was playing a lot.
Yep.
Stop.
Is your son at school or something?
No, he's in his room. Oh, never mind. There went Winston.
Yeah. That's what I thought you were talking about, Winston, because I saw he had just gone.
You know why? Because the best remaining, it's not updated yet because they haven't announced they just announced the pick.
Yeah.
Oh, Lynn Swan.
Oh, I think you saw Gray Zabel's comment yesterday.
No, I didn't.
After he got drafted, they were like, "Oh, what are you gonna do next?" He's like, "Oh, I'm about to open up these bush lights or something like that." Or I'm about to. I think it was. I'm about to dive into these bush lights or something like that. That was pretty funny.
Roski. That's okay. It's not my dog. Roscoe.
It's not my dog.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh my. Dogs are all going wild outside. Daughter is wilding out in here.
Of course.
We have had no text or phone call communications with Joe, so uncertain.
Right. That's certain if he's still alive, if he's in prison or jail.
Maybe he got convinced. Maybe Brian and stuff. Maybe they convinced him to try run the 40. The play 60 booth. Joe said he was absolutely not, but
Maybe he's upset about the Caleb Johnson pick.
oh, devastated. Okay, stop, Kobe. Kobe. Kobe.
You name her after Kobe Bryant?
Kinda spelled like Kobe Smulders. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we just like the name, and she does look like one. Yeah.
She looks like a basketball player? I'm just kidding.
I don't know. When she runs around like a little stubby linebacker.
Oh.
Hey, hey, hey.
I think that's kind of like all kids that age look like that. When they run around. They all little stubby little.
Oh, that's a Tampa pick from like 20 years ago. Mommy's sleeping. Hey, 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 stop.
Harris is a good player. Harris would have fit in Green Bay.
Yeah. Stop, Kobe. It is funny, the Steelers reporters that I followed, they're all going, they passed on all the quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's weird, but yeah. And people were saying, "Oh, this might mean they know something about A-Rod or whatever." It's like, maybe.
Or they're just like, whatever on this season.
This class sucks. So like, whatever. She normally this noisy?
She's a little funky right now. Oh! Well, one guy we were just talking about went earlier than I would have taken him. There went Noel.
Oh yeah.
Stop. Hey, 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 don't kick.
What pick are we at anyway?
The Chargers right
Oh,
now.
the Packers.
Yep.
Oh, I guess the Packers on the clock.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So, Zach Cruz is funny. Yeah, so I guess the Chiefs traded up in front of Green Bay and took Noel Williams.
Stop.
Yeah, the Chiefs traded in front of Green Bay and took Noel Williams.
Everyone's going off the rails. Dogs.
Of course. Zach Cruz just tweeted out like something about the Packers taking Caleb Ranson. I was like, oh, please. Because that dude is such a Packer. And I called him being a Packer before Andy Herman.
Yep. The leaks are not coming. Where is everybody?
Oh my gosh. So I guess Lawrence Taylor says he's not going to let Abdul Carter wear 56. What does it say? He says, I know he would love to wear that number, but hey, I think it's retired. Get another number. I don't care if it's 00 and then make it famous. That's funny.
Hmm.
Target took Jameer Caldwell.
Yep.
Oops. Justice said Packer fans are going to shit bricks. I don't know if that's good or negative.
I know. Yeah, the inconsistency of leaks is hilarious.
Right.
No, Kobe, we're not opening this. You're gonna make a mess.
So I guess one of the reasons Brad Holmes says he took Isaac Tesla so early was because he was pissing players off with his run blocking.
No, we're not gonna open this. And now she's had a meltdown.
I don't miss
Just
those days.
just because no, we're not letting her paint anything with red nail polish.
Yeah, like I said, I don't miss those days anymore. Having little meltdowns like that. Yeah, Yeah, those little meltdowns, they throw themselves on the floor and stuff. You're like, oh my gosh. Well, the Packers picked at 87, didn't they?
Yeah, it's in.
Yeah, because the Chargers picked at 88, and their picks already been announced. Right on Twitter, I see it already.
No, they were 86.
Oh, I thought it was 88. Oh.
Still haven't seen a leak yet.
Says the Jags traded up to 89.
Yeah, I know. So they have back-to-back picks. Oh, Jerry Kramer and Dave Robinson. Oh, maybe that's why they're not leaking it. Oh, they fucking did it, Brian. They fucking did it.
Is it good or bad?
I'm willing to think big with it. Uh,
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
maybe Tazid has something to worry about.
Who?
Christian's dad.
Oh, for sure, dude. He is gone after this year. That is hilarious. Dude, and now they have like 3 guys on the roster who can return kicks. Actually, no, they have like 4. They have like 4 guys on the roster that can return kicks.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
I like it. Like in round 3, I can live with it.
I don't know, man. I would rather have him in the 4th, but
What do you want, Jalen? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I gotta get my son Cheerios and we'll discuss.
let's see. Did I have him on my board? I think I did. Oh yeah, he didn't really test. That's why. Yeah, so Williams didn't really test other than 40. He ran a sub 4.5, but freaky athlete. For those who are watching while Kawano's taking care of his kids. Yeah, freaky athlete, dude. 6'3", whatever, 220-ish plus whatever. But his routes are really unrefined. He wasn't asked to run a lot of different kinds of routes at TCU. They used a lot of scheme stuff where they, had him do wildcat quarterback. They had him line up in the backfield like a running back. They moved him around, did a lot of different like gadget type stuff with him. So, it could be a good gadget fit with Green Bay. But then again, they got Mecole Hardman can kind of do that. Golden can kind of do a little bit of that stuff too. Reed can do a little bit of that stuff too. So they have like 4 guys who can do like some gadget stuff here and there, like some different stuff, of course. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I think this spells the end of a couple of those receivers, those bottom of the roster receiver guys. Like I mentioned, he can return kicks. There he is. Joe is here. How you liking that Caleb Johnson pick, Joe? He ran away because he got so upset by the pick. He threw his headphones down and he ran away. He was so upset. Yep. I think this signals the end of Watson in Green Bay after this year. Oh my God, he's gonna have such a meltdown on Twitter tonight. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, I know at True North. It's crazy. They took three offensive players. Like nobody thought this was going to happen. Everybody thought they're going to draft defense basically this year. So I wouldn't be surprised if day three is just then filled with him. I can hear you. There he is. He made it
Okay.
back. Joe's here.
Yeah, I see him.
There's Kawano. All right, so what I said was they basically got their Cordero Patterson for whatever that's worth.
Yep. So, you know what? Like, I don't know what that means for what they know or don't know or think about the knee, but look, I've been saying you got to add more options, and I don't know how long it'll take or if Savion will develop, but
Yeah, that's the question.
if you hit, that's a nice hit. Like, there's a there's a big difference between the ceiling and the floor, but the upside there is pretty fun.
If he hits, if he really hits, like that's your X receiver. If he really hits, I mean, but the floor is pretty low. The ceiling is pretty high. So who knows?
Like, there's so much. I
But the
like,
problem
and
is TCU didn't use him as a wide receiver. They used him.
They use him as a running back and a wildcat quarterback.
he's not as like, there's some of the Quentin Johnston to him where the hands are a little inconsistent and all that kind of stuff. But
Same school too.
yeah, and I know, but honestly, he played running back more because oh shit, what was Quentin's quarterback's name? He's not there anymore, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't even know who the TCU quarterback is. There
Josh
is a
Hoover.
little bit of like, just get him the ball kind of thing to it. So
Yeah, it's Josh Hoover. He's kind of like a short guy.
yeah, I
But they're
realize
still,
I'm like sitting here going, why do I have a headache? And I'm like, oh shoot, I didn't eat lunch. My musubis have been sitting in the microwave for 4 hours and 8 minutes at this point.
did you get them from Foodland?
No, I made them.
Oh, you don't want to support your dad?
He retired. Well, not retired. Well,
Oh,
he
yeah.
was getting retired out, but then he hasn't worked for Foodland in like 4 years. He
Uh-huh.
works for the mayor. He's the city and county budget manager now.
Oh,
He's
that's
Ben
cool.
Wyatt. My dad is Ben Wyatt. I never even thought of it. I literally have not thought of it until like
Right now,
that. Yeah,
that's
son
funny.
of a bitch. But
That's hilarious.
Joe and I, we talked about it. We kind of brought it up with you a little bit when you first came on, Brian. But
Yeah,
they did double down at receiver.
it's surprising.
Yeah, and kind of to a point that Joe and I brought up, because I did wonder, would they take Royals, because I like Royals film.
Oh, I loved his film.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah, but something Joe did bring up is like, he liked Royals too, but it's like, would they pick a different body type just because they do have a bunch of guys who kind of fit that mold? And you have Golden, Reed is sort of ish in that mold, but then like Watson and Heath are your only two big body, like truly. I know Dobbs can play that way, but like your true 6'4", like big frame guy, like you know, it's Heath, Watson, but Watson's down till November at the very earliest, and then I guess Musgrave you kind of throw into that realm as well.
yeah.
But I, like we said, there's a wide range of outcomes for this one, but if this pick hits, that's potentially um potentially huge for the offense. And like, I don't think this necessarily speaks anything to like Dobbs' contract situation
Mm,
until we see what Watson looks like when he returns slash if he returns. I'm not gonna comment on how they feel about that side of it.
right.
I think this is more about like you've had Heath and Melton at the bottom of the roster the last couple years. What can we do to improve from that? Jaden Reed catch the, like he make, as much as people who sat on either side of this don't want to hear it. Ah,
What happened?
Joey, welcome in.
What is up?
Which Joey? Oh, that
That was
Joey.
exciting.
Joey, where the hell are you at? Come get me.
Yeah,
I
go
was
outside
just
and
out there.
Bring Joe inside.
I was just out there. I've been in the workroom all night, but I wanted to see at least one Packers pick in person. So I made sure to see that, and that was pretty exciting because it was one of the few other not round one wide receivers that I watch, and I really liked him. So I'm excited. I'm shocked that they've gone. I mean, one, so offensive heavy, but two, obviously wide receivers. I can't recall a time Brian Goodkins has been this aggressive at a position, at least early.
Yeah, especially with all the guys. Still, all the guys I have on the roster right now are still pretty young. I mean, their contracts are coming up, of course, but
Yeah, because even Watson and Dobbs, they were, I guess the closest would be Musgrave and Kraft, but their second and third round, neither was a first and stuff. But
right.
yeah, so it is funny, and as okay, again, we'll give credit to Iowa Joe. He did call. The golden pick was his baby the whole way. It's in YouTube
Record book.
and it's in podcast. It's etched into podcast history that he said they would take him in round one. Something that I kind of was bringing up with Brian right before Joe came on. Oh, there goes another Michigan player. Is we did loosely talk about, does Gutekunst double down? Probably yes. When does that happen? We said there was the chance of it today, but the name that ended up being called was not the one we were thinking of. Mafia and I were just talking about Jalen Royals is still on the board at this point, and that would have been a fine pick, but something that Joe pointed out before he went to adventure and explore the sites was do they do that where you get two really productive good route runners, or do you go for a different body type? And they went for the different body type.
Yeah.
Joey, what did you find in your like you said, you didn't get to watch too many wide receivers, but what did you like about his film?
Oh, I don't know if I'm confident enough to give a full-on analysis. I know
Let it rip.
at least
This is
he
old.
does.
You can say whatever you
Again,
want.
Sure.
It's okay. Don't worry, Joe. Your
it,
boss is not watching.
that's a good point. He's busy with other work. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really like it. Seemed like he has good deep threat ability, and it'll be interesting to see just how much day one at least that's used. He seems still raw with a lot of things, especially his route running. But I mean, if you're wanting a guy, I mean, the main thing I was interested in all offseason with Green Bay was who is going to be the guy that stretches the field because Christian Watson isn't going to play.
Right.
And so I'll be interested to see how much he can contribute day one.
Yeah, the secret there is Buffy kind of lightly touched on it earlier. Oh, and there goes Emory Jones. There's a little bit of an O-line run going on. I guess all draft there is, but kind of what Brian mentioned is they've signed or drafted three guys who affect the return game directly as returners, and then if you kind of count Hobbs in there as well and stuff. So help in that regard. I do think that Savion is kind of going to be the kind of guy where he's got to impact the game in the special teams phase before, it's kind of like why Milton was active for a lot is, he's the starting gunner at the end of last season. So, Iowa Joe kind of pointed it out, is it a bad sign, good sign that they were we've got to get this guy the ball, but oh my god, we're handing it off to him? I try not to draw too many. I look more at the quarterback situation, kind of like how some people are like, oh, Golden didn't really show deep threat ability. I'm like, that's because his quarterbacks can't throw it 30 yards down the field unless the wind is at their back and it's the fucking jet stream. But
Bobby, and don't even get me started on Luther Burden in regards to this conversation.
But Brian,
fellers, I got to take off. My phone
okay.
level is at 5. So
Oh,
you
All
hold
right.
it down. Good. Joey, catch me tomorrow, hopefully.
Joey, go get your boom
Yep,
mic
I'll be around.
operator.
Yeah, Joe, you need to show him your badge and be like, he's with me.
Like I said, that's my boom mic operator.
There you go.
That's my sound quality man. That's my
Sound
light
guy.
Not
filter.
worth that
That's
risk.
my light filter man. But
Oh wow.
actually,
Okay.
on that
We
point,
just got
Joey,
a big.
you go for it. Go for it.
We just got a big reaction because of the Milrow pick in the media workroom,
Ooh.
and that 12-year-old boy on
Ooh.
TV his mind is blown.
That he was still to the third round. Yeah, that is pretty surprising.
Mm-hmm.
There was all that talk about Miro going in the first round. Oh, to the Seahawks
Right.
too. That's that's like a taller Wilson. It's like
Yep.
another Wilson.
Interesting.
So we'll see. We'll see with that. But Mafi, like I said, I'm not going to draw conclusions about people on the roster except for, like I said, these two picks are. I know that the Packers have consistently said they like their room, they like the room, they like the room, but
They also
Bull
didn't
Melton
like it.
has never been anything more than like a gadget guy or like break two panes of glass in case of emergency deep threat. And Heath, we've heard so many good things the past two off seasons about Heath, but he just doesn't see the field even when it took
As a blocker.
Watson blowing his knee out, Dobbs getting concussed again, Reed, like whatever was wrong with Reed, and it took to that point for him to really get substantial snaps in a game that mattered. So I know we kind of touched on it already, but how deep from their ass did Gutekunst and the front office swing on this one?
On Savion?
Yeah. Either of you can take this. I
mean,
have tossed the softball
bold.
up right in either of your face.
Yeah, go ahead, Joey.
I have no idea like what has happened on the board besides the Packers picks and Luther Burden tonight, to be honest. So like I don't know like what I mean, I'm mostly confused on before we get to Savion. I'm gonna completely take your question away because I cannot stop thinking about this. Like I going into this draft, I was like fully on board. I understood the need for an offensive lineman anywhere. Like Brian, what happened on the board where they took? I mean, not only an offensive lineman, but someone that is not their type.
I don't know. I don't understand. I guess with them changing their blocking some this past year, it's true that they're going to be going more gap like duo stuff or something inside zone. Maybe that's one thing I can think of because I mean even Belton he played this past year like in like the 340s, so like that's never been a Packers thing, So I don't. That's the only thing I can think of. And then I was just curious. I was looking at his RAS. I put his RAS as like a guard, and it's like an 8.8 something. So I was thinking maybe he's going to play guard. Like I know they said he can play tackle and guard, but maybe he's going to replace Sean Ryan, and then Morgan is going to go left tackle. That's the only thing that kind of makes sense because Belton's not their type. He's not super athletic. He's not a super fast mover. That's one thing I can think of is if he's going to maybe play guard.
Joey, kind of to that effect, something that Brian and I did talk up is I know where you're kind of going, like, how did the board fall and what was what was there when Green Bay took Belton, and Brian and I both said it. He's a guy, we do like his film, we like the player, but we just never in a million years thought he would be a Packer. And I know some will say like, oh, they just took Travis Glover, but I was like, but that's a 6th-round pick. Like this is, as Mafi mentioned, like you take a guy in round 2, you're expecting him to push for a starting spot, not next year, this year. You're expecting him to like push someone for a starting spot. So it's like, do they waste time trying him at left tackle? Does he just immediately go and start to duke it out with Sean Ryan at right guard? Or does he go to left tackle, Morgan stays at guard? It's kind of,
I mean, Morgan, whatever they end up doing with Morgan, I mean, just so many dominoes from there, it feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what Morgan can actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And that's, like I said, this kind of indirectly piggybacks off of the Morgan pick, which is why Joe and I were so like, kind of like, what are we doing with this pick? Is because we're like, okay, so you took a guy that you don't know where he's gonna play,
yeah. In,
and
in the, in the first
and
round.
yeah, and by that virtue, it's like we don't know where he's gonna play, but god damn it, we're gonna shove this guy in. We don't care what shape he is, we're gonna shove him into that hole, and he's gonna start
Somewhere.
somewhere. And like that's the eight ball you've set yourself behind. And look, I will be the first to admit I want to be so wrong about that. I want Morgan to be the outlier amongst the like dudes under 33 arms that can actually survive at tackle and survive and thrive at tackle in the NFL. But it's one of those where for two off season, like this off season especially, but last off season they were like, we're not definitely contenders, but we want to be there. Kind of like there was the talk of that they're like, we want to take that leap into that tier. And then you take a guy that it's like, I don't know where he's gonna play kind of thing. And then they've done all the PR this offseason where it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna battle for left tackle and stuff. And so yeah, I'm sure Mafi will say something similar, but we were both kind of sitting here going, all right, Goody. Like, and John Eric kind of did mention like, oh, we see him as a guy who can play all four non-center spots,
Yeah,
which they say about almost all their O line picks. But
pretty
at the
much.
same time, like it does sort of make sense. Unlike Tom, he has the mass to play on the interior. The athleticism does play up when he's on inside at guard and stuff. But what Brian and I kind of then went back to is, for anyone who says that, Gutekunst is so like, he's so shrouded, he's so like secretive and stuff, he flat out told all of you, we like our edge room, we like our cornerback room, because there were a lot of corners he could have taken at 54, and he stared all of them in the faces like, we're gonna take this big old lineman that just, like I said,
We'll
a guy
figure it
that
out.
Mafia and I both like, but we're like, he's not traditionally a Packers player, and just like, yep, there you go.
Yeah, and we talked about too before you hopped on earlier, Joey, is that he still has a lot of technical stuff he's got to work through Belton. His feet, his hands. So like, I don't even know if he starts as a rookie, but like, I don't know. It's got to be like I said, either guard or maybe even right tackle. And they move Tom or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So
Um,
it
I just second round offensive lineman for Green Bay. I'm a little bit trepidatious with that, but we'll see.
No, it's third round. Jenkins was second round.
don't worry, they
That's
didn't take
true.
him right in
I
front
guess
of
I'm just
another
thinking
tackle that everyone
Jason
liked.
Spriggs.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Right,
Spriggs.
right, exactly. Jason Spriggs and Josh Myers have, yeah.
True. I
The
forgot about
Sprig
that.
one
Yeah.
hurts. Honestly, the Sprig one hurts me more than Myers, because the whole like, oh, they moved up because they heard the Bears liked him too, and then like halfway through his rookie season, they're like, you should have just let Chicago pick him.
Well, and then it took Chicago 4 years. Chicago still liked him, apparently.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, and then the Myers pick, man, they just man, that's so frustrating.
Like you said, Brian,
It
you've said it
is.
a couple times. That was definitely GMs all have egos, and they like that was definitely one. And I'm sure someday Goot will like kind of not fully admit to it, but the way he'll peel it back is like, we really through our scouting process thought Myers had all the tools to become the best center in the that kind of thing and stuff. And like, that's as close as you're going to get to a GM saying like, yeah,
I messed up.
we tried to be a little cute to it, and we screwed the pooch on that one. But um
It is frustrating, like when I'm not a fan of like instantly having like conclusion of being be all end all after a player is selected, but it is
Right.
frustrating when there is a common consensus like Humphrey to Myers. At that other
Yeah.
time, it's like, what are we not seeing? And then over the
Yeah.
years, it just ages worse. So
And Humphreys was such a
yeah,
Packers
yeah,
offensive lineman. So it's
right.
like he
That was
overbought
the thing.
himself. Yeah.
like the one that I jokingly clung to on the Humphreys part was, I was like, there's a part of me that's like, Rogers was like, I do not want a left hand snapping center. and, and I was like, and I said it first as a joke, but then I was like, wouldn't put it past him to like
I
really.
wonder. I mean, I wonder if that does affect the handle. I mean, I
It's
imagine to an extent.
so okay, like it's a little weird, but it's one of those you when you're a quarterback, even so like I only played quarterback in Pop Warner. But even as the backup quarterback, you spend so much dumb time practicing snaps, you're gonna get used to it. And like the my thing with that is, and everyone's like, that's such a stupid. I'm like, that's the point. That's the whole point. Is it's a dumb joke because it's it's the like it's like Jerry Rice. The moment that he realized, okay, Steve Young's the starting quarterback, he's like, who's the guy on this coaching staff with the best left-handed arm, because I got to see what a left-handed football looks like. You're going
Yeah.
to get used to it. And then even if Humphrey's not the one snapping it to you, whatever coach is there is snapping it left-handed to you kind of thing. So it it does feel weird, but the main thing is that no matter which hand you use, the center is tipping the ball up so that it's scooped, and there's just like a minute difference in like which, just because it's slightly hooked from the right or left side because of how physiology works and stuff like that. But the end goal is like the ball is getting rotated so the laces are coming up into the top hand when you're under center and stuff. So like I said, it was a dumb joke, but it was funny how like some people were like, is that really why? And I'm like, honestly, with the way Rogers is, it might have been. Hold on.
We are having day 3 conversations on day 2. Like
Of course.
this is a conversation for day 6.
Oh, we
Or
got
round 6
derailed.
rather.
We got derailed a long time ago, dude. So you're good. The conversation was derailed about
I
we were talking about
gotcha.
all kinds of stuff. Did you see that Dylan Gabriel pick, dude?
What do you think? I was
Oh, you're cutting out there. I don't know if that's me or you. I think we
yes.
lost.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't know if I'm breaking up, but
there.
Oh,
You were breaking up.
yeah, Joey's breaking up a little bit.
okay.
There you go. Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
There you
I gotta. If you all can hear me, I gotta go anyways. But
Okay.
nice to talk to y'all.
Thanks for joining us for even a little
And
bit, Joey. We
we'll
really
see what we can make
appreciate
this
it.
tomorrow.
go. All right, later.
Of course. You have a good.
It held on just long enough, and there
Right.
goes Jared Wilson to the Patriots.
Did you see Gabriel?
Yeah,
Dude, what is going on? Dylan Gabriel's with Browns in the 3rd round? Like what? What?
that's worse than someone picking Kellen Moore.
And Shadur is still out there. Like what? It has to be the interviews or something because he's he's a way better player. Like
Well, it's the fucking Cleveland Browns too. Let's not act like there's some sort of standard for character measurement.
I guess, but still, man. I mean, maybe they're just trying to replace their old backup quarterback. What's his name?
Oh, DTR.
DTR with another similar type player, but I don't know, man. It's weird. Yeah, Corey Kinnon's so pissed off right now. I was like, what do you think, Corey? He's like, just kill me.
That's so funny. Oh wait, hold on. What are those 2 baboozes doing? Hey, Bucky. Shh. Calm down. Everyone's going insane. But yeah, like, okay, so, like I said, I'm not gonna be that person to. Oh, that's Keith. I was like, who is that? That's Keith Brooking. He's so skinny now. But what's it? So I know, like, I know we touched on it a little bit, but like we said, double dipping. They double dipped that receiver. I do think they've churned and strengthened the bottom of that room. So I'm like Joey was kind of alluding to. I'm surprised they went that bold in that room, and for the but yeah, like I said, Savion is about as flavor of ice cream preference of a receiver pick as you're gonna get
He
out
has
of
kind of
this
been.
class. But and that's that's like me liking strawberry cheesecake ice cream, and I know not a lot of people necessarily do,
Yeah.
but yeah, um I'm kind of shocked. Like I said, he felt more like if Green Bay was gonna pick him, it would have been more like an MVS or like a Equanimeous St. Brown, like that kind of
Later.
range of swing. I
Yeah.
am surprised that. So to me, like I said, it's not that he's gonna take someone's spot, but it's like they've already got a role in this offense for him, kind of thing. That they're like, yeah, like this does in a weird way to me. This feels a lot like the Marshawn Lloyd pick, where they're like, that's a guy
Hmm.
that we've identified and we're gonna have a package of plays for him, kind of thing. And that's where I do kind of think it's important for him to be able to return kicks, because he's got to have a special teams impact if he's going to be active on game day, depending on who makes the final roster. But
Yeah.
Owen Daniels looks like Jordy Nelson's brother.
No, I totally forgot about. I was just thinking is that the Seahawks drafted Milrow, but they just signed Sam Darnold to that big old contract. That which is weird. It's like, so are they not planning to keep Darnold for very long? Like,
Yeah, what the? Hold on, let me try something. Let's
I
see.
feel like you don't take Milrow on day two unless you plan on him being the starter at some point within the next couple of years.
I know Darnold's deal is only a 3-year deal, but let's see. How does the money look? Okay, so okay, the way the money works out is they they have 2 void years. That's why, and that way, because of the void years, they could get out with cap savings as early as 2026. Really, it's
Hmm.
kind of like the Jair deal with more dead money, but like
Yeah.
similar savings. And then in 2027, his cap number is 45, just under 45 million. But
Hmm.
what's it called? They can save almost 26 if they cut him in 20 before 2027, and that's all pre June 1st numbers. But yeah, like not as bad as the not as bad as the Falcons last year, but kind of weirdly similar situation.
Hmm. Yeah. Weird.
But all right, so that's sets up where we're at. So like has Good gone all one side of the ball yet? He
Yeah.
hasn't, right?
Oh,
He
before
has.
you mean?
Yeah,
I think
because
he has. I think he's gone all defense at times. Well, not like the whole draft, but
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. But
day
I'm
one
just
and
trying
day
to
three
think to
kind of
this
stuff.
point. I thought he's at least split it because I'm trying to because 18. What did he do? No, 18. He might have gone all defense. I think because that's Jackson, and then the trade up for Burks, right? So I guess he
Yeah,
went
that was
all
all
defense. So yeah,
defense.
but he hasn't gone all offense
Yeah. Mm.
because yeah, 19 it was Rashawn Savage, Jenkins,
Yeah, all his
Sternberger.
most of his first round picks have been defense.
Oh no, he has. I lied. 2020, he went. That was Love, Dylan,
Oh yeah,
DeGuara.
yeah, that's right. He did
I totally forget. I think
that.
for
That terrible,
slightly obvious reasons, I
that
blanked that
terrible,
one.
that terrible weird draft outside of Love. Oh my god,
Yeah,
he took like Dylan like a round or like 2 rounds too early, and then he took
DeGuara like a day
Guara like
early.
2 rounds too early. It was like weird. Like I remember when they made those picks, I was like, what? Why? Like, yeah, like I don't know, man. I think like even going back to like the Myers stuff, I think he was just outthought himself. He's like, well, he played in his own blocking scheme, like Ohio State runs his own blocking scheme similar to Green Bay, so it'll just be a seamless transition. It'll be easier. Where
Yeah, Humphrey, it is a spread
Humphrey
and blah 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 and all that
read
kind of
and
stuff.
left-handed and whatever, blah blah blah. Like he overthought it. Like instead of like just being like, well, no, this guy's like the best athlete. He's going to be the best center in the class. Like let's just take him. And if he starts as a rookie, he has some mistakes. We'll deal with it. It's fine. We have Aaron Rodgers and all these other, but he just overthought it.
Yeah. So Can't win them all, but honestly, yeah, like we look at where they're at this point, and it's a solid standing. Like people are gonna quibble over the names and stuff, but like we joked, he did not lie when he said they like their edge in cornerback room. I am surprised that we didn't see like a Farmer or something like that, but that to me speaks even more to like they have a role for what they want Savion to do this year because like
Yeah.
kind of like I said, kind of like the Lloyd pick, but also in a way like sort of like you use him kind of like how Cooper was used on defense last year, where it's like he's going to be a spot player here and there kind of thing, and it's like you know it's the equivalent of edge go shoot the A gap now kind of thing. Like it's the receiver equivalent of that and stuff. So we'll see. Um, Going into day 3, what is at the top of your board?
Defense. They need. We've talked about. They need corner depth. They need. They need some sort of nose tackle, which I mean they can get that on day 3, no problem, because there's. Excuse me. There's a decent amount of day 3 type nose tackles out there. So I would, and hopefully they trade down somewhere to get an extra pick because they just need some more depth at places. They need, like I said, they need probably like a nose tackle type guy on day 3. So like, I mean, we mentioned earlier, so like a Cam Horsley or something like that, that would be a good pickup because he went to Boston College, and so that would be a good pickup. Or like a Zeke Biggers or something like that. What's it called? And then probably just another edge, just again for depth. They need some more edge depth. I wouldn't mind a linebacker for some linebacker depth again. And then, like we said, corner. I would prefer them to take at least 2 corners because, like I said, there's outside of, and then if Jair's likely gone, like we have been speculating, everybody's been saying, they have like 4 corners on the roster right now, and that's counting Bullard, who's like a slot. So,
I thought you were going to say that's counting Kalen King.
well, he is technically a slot, but yeah, no, I wasn't counting.
Yeah.
He basically has never played. So yeah, they need corner depth for sure. They need at least a couple.
And for what it's worth, Quincy Riley is out there, but is he kind of slottish? I forget what his arms measured at.
He was fine.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I like him because he how do I put it? He's kind of like Jair Alexander-esque. Same school, similar size.
Jair before he found out he could run a 4.3.
He's like, how do I put it? He's like a bulkier Jair, but like a little bit slower.
Yeah.
So he's not like as purely fast. Like, I mean, he ran like a 4.48 or whatever it was. But he's even though he's got similar size, he's got a thicker build. He's got a stronger build. So I don't think he's gonna have I don't think he'd have the shoulder problems that Jair has. But he has some similarities with Valley. He's physical. He'll hit guys, he'll tackle and stuff like that. Good cover guy and stuff like that. So I think he would be a good pickup too.
Yeah. So
it'd be interesting to get him and Ransaw.
Oh, Ransaw went though, right?
Did he? I thought he wasn't.
I thought Ransaw went. The pick right after Savion.
Did he? Oh, I'd have to look. We were talking about Savion for so long. I missed a bunch of the picks.
Okay, stop. We're going to dinner soon, Jalen. Oh, Jalen Smith went already. That's
I saw that too. Oh, that's good.
Caleb Ransaw went the pick after.
Oh, did he? Damn it.
Yeah.
Makes me big sad.
Ooh, the Raiders picked Charles Grant. You see, like, I know. I think R2 would have round 2 would have been early for him, but that would have way more fit the Packers what they look for in a tackle.
Well, Grant?
Yeah.
Actually, he didn't. Like his
Really?
testing was not his testing was not that good. It took a while to get the testing because he went to freaking William Mary. It's hard to get numbers out of there, but yeah, like I don't even have him on my Packers board just because his testing was so terrible. I mean, I had him on there initially, and then his testing numbers came out. I was like, ooh, I got to take him off. So yeah, I had to take him off.
Never mind. Yeah. I don't know why I thought his testing was better than that, but Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not good when the only green one is the speed.
yeah.
It is funny though when you look back at like even Box, like it's funny. Like we all talk about how Bakhtiari was this like really good athlete for a left tackle and stuff, but then you look at the testing and you're kind of like, was he? Like not by testing, but yeah, like you can't really account for like the lateral quickness and explosion that he had. But it is just funny that like he's known for a guy for his like jump step and um his
Jump stuff,
ability
yeah.
to mirror, and then it's like you look at his explosiveness, and you're like, oh, like the agility was just good, and the I guess the broad jump was solid, but yeah, like the vertical was poor and stuff, and so it is just one of those where you're kind of like, oh, like maybe not.
Yep. But then he was also kind of underdeveloped when he came out.
Yeah,
Because I remember I have my Packers draft history database thing. He was 299 when he was drafted,
yep,
and he played around like 310 like when he was in his prime. So
yep.
yep.
So, but yeah, like you said, who are some linebackers you do like? I feel like we haven't ever really talked about this linebacker class outside
True.
of like some of Shavink's and ours jokes about like Swessinger and Jihad Campbell.
Yeah. The weird thing with comes to the Packers and their linebacker thresholds and stuff is they're not particularly what's the word I'm looking for, specific. So they're kind of like general. Like it's like I said, every year when I put my Packers draft board together, the linebacker grouping is always like huge because there's like I said, the thresholds are pretty vague or whatever. But some guys that fit that I kind of like, Brandon George from Pittsburgh. I like Colin Oliver from Oklahoma State. He actually played some edge at Oklahoma State, but he's better fit as a linebacker because he's like just under 6'2", 240 with sub 32-inch arm. So, and he played some off-ball linebacker in 2022, I think it was. I was trying to remember. Or the 23. There was 1 year where he played off-ball linebacker, 1 year he played edge. But anyway, Teddy Buchanan from Cal, he would be a really good guy that they could bring in, and he, depending on what happens with Quay, if something happens with Quay or whatever it is, he could take over middle linebacker. I think he could be a starting middle linebacker. Who else? Do I like? I like actually the guy I like. I think that would fill a specific role for them is Branson Combs from Wake Forest. They could take him, and he could be the Sam. So he's a good Sam. He's a former wide receiver / safety. So he started out he transferred. I have to let me double check and look. He went to an FCS school, Southern Illinois. That's what it was. So he went to Southern Illinois as a wide receiver. Then he moved to safety for 1 year, and then he moved to linebacker. So that tells you he's athletic. So he is athletic. He had like almost a 9 RAS, 6'3", 230. So he's tall and long, athletic. He's got really good cover skills again because that shows from his background as a wide receiver and safety. He has like what was it? He had a bunch of interceptions. Let's see, I'm looking at my database here real quick. He had like 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 career interceptions in college.
Oh,
So yeah, so he's got good cover skills and he can cover. So he would guy I would like for them to bring in as a Sam. Who else? I like Chandler Martin from Memphis. He's more of a middle backer. He's kind of like that short, kind of squatty middle linebacker, but he tested pretty well. Who else? Kobe
gotta
King.
do it.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, say that again.
Oh no, Kobe King from Penn State's not bad. He's kind of like a what's the word? Between the tackles, linebacker. He's not really a guy that's going to go sideline to sideline as much, but he's pretty solid. I wouldn't mind him in day 3.
And there's the twin connection.
Yeah, I know exactly. His brother's already on the team.
Got to do it for Iowa Joe. What's your scouting report on Jay Higgins?
Right. Exactly. Uh, Cody Lindenberg from Minnesota is not bad. I don't think he really plays to his testing. He looks a little stiff on film, like he's not really agile or whatever. But I think he'd be okay day three guy for some depth and stuff like that. Um, One guy I did like that did not test even close to Green Bay standard is Derek Jackson from Kentucky.
Mm.
So he was like a sad to say this, he was like a two Raz, really bad. But if you watch his film, so like put context in this for you. So he people know Jamon Dumas Johnson was his teammate, right? He transferred to Kentucky from Georgia, right? And so when he did his testing, he came out to be like an 8.99 RAS, so like almost a 9 RAS, right? But if you watch them, and they play next to each other a lot at Kentucky. If you watch them, Derek Jackson looks faster, more athletic on film than Dumas Johnson. So it's one of those things where it's like he's not an elite athlete, but he's so instinctive and stuff like that. He looks like faster than he tests, or he may be one of those guys that just when he's on the field, he's faster. Some guys they play faster.
Sort of a Des Bishop kind of thing.
Yeah, so he could be like a Des Bishop type thing. Because, like I said, when I watched this film, I was like, "Damn, this guy's really good. He's way better than the Dumas Johnson who had all his hype coming out." Dumas Johnson was like a 4-star guy that, like I said, went to Georgia, then transferred over, and Dumas Johnson had some hype a couple of years ago. But Derek Jackson looks like way better. So, again, if I wouldn't mind them taking him in the 7th round, although I don't know if Goody will because his RS was so bad.
Bring him to camp.
Yeah, there you go. But I wouldn't be surprised if they draft Essapol on day 3 and on 7th round this year.
Give your scouting report on Paul.
Yeah, he's an interesting story. I think he's kind of somewhat similar to Derek Jackson in the sense of that he didn't have great testing, although excuse me, didn't have great testing, although he was a lot better than Derek. Let me look at it real quick. I think he had one section. Let me just. Yeah, I think it was like a 5 or 6 RAS. Where'd it go? Oh, actually, 7.36 RAS. Sorry, as a tackle. So, but he's a big dude, 6'5", 320 plus. What's it called? Never mind. Oh, actually, no, 5'4", 5'5" RAS as a tackle. Sorry, but if you put him as a guard, he's a 7.36. So yeah, he played left tackle for Washington State. He has a pretty cool, interesting backstory because he didn't play football until college, basically. His mom and aunt wouldn't let him do it. His brother had played it, but they didn't want him to play football. Like there was a reason for it. I can't remember what it was, but so he finally convinced them to let him go play football. He went out to the local junior college. He got on the team. His first year there, he basically didn't play because he had never played football. And then his second year there, he was a starter. And then he got to Washington State. And then he started the last 2 years at Washington State. He allowed, I think, 1 sack or 0 sacks this past season. He looks more athletic on film than he tests. I think part of the reason he didn't test great is just because he hasn't been playing football for very long. I think you give him a couple more years in a training program or something like that, he probably tests better. But I like him. He's an athletic dude. He's got long arms. He could play guard for you if you need to. He's just like one of those developmental shots in the dark, whatever type of guys you take day 3, let him sit for a year or 2, let him learn, and then he can develop hopefully into possibly a starter at either tackle or guard. That's interesting. He doesn't like orcas. Or the ocean. He's afraid of the ocean. He's scared of, with all those killer whales that have been messing up the boats over in the ocean, I kind of get it. But
as long as you're not trying to kill their babies, they're good to you, man.
Yeah, but like I said, Esapoli's got some talent. He's just, like I said, he's just still so raw because 2 years at junior college, 2 years at Washington State. Before that, never played football, so he has talent on the upside. So What's that?
All right,
Oh,
but
no.
want to just say for those of you who stayed through, Brian, thank you so much for joining us today on our day 2 live stream of the draft.
Yep.
Hope you had a fun time just kicking it back, relaxing with us,
Yeah.
getting some unfiltered talk about the draft, other players who we liked, teams who picked players that we were questionable about. I know the Packers had a couple of those that were like we said, players we like to different degrees, but also were like, they took him. Honestly, you can have that reaction to all 3 of their picks because, like we said, the like Golden fits a lot of what they like in their receiver prospects,
Yep.
but at the same time, it's still a receiver in the first round. And what's it called? Belton is a. They took a lineman that's that big who's not super athletic, and then with Savion is just the that's just a full on wild card. Like that's as wild card gets for
Wildcat
Green
wild
Bay.
card.
Yeah. So that is a like I said, Goot just went full on high upside in the 3rd round there. That's the way I look at it. The 3rd round has this history. I know Green Bay has its history of like 3rd round dropouts kind of thing and stuff, but generally speaking, it happens because that is the point in the draft where like your top 60 players go. You get into that mush of like, the back end of the top 100, and it's like, okay, are you taking swings? Are you going for quote unquote sure things? And
Right.
there's a lot of swing and misses because you're towing one side of the line too much than the other. And this time, Brian Goody said, "Screw it, we're going for forget the fence. We're going for the road on the other side of the block on the outside of the fence." So
Yeah.
it's
They're trying to
it's
Barry Bonds it.
yeah, they're trying to hit that thing into past McCovey Cove. They're going straight out into the Pacific.
Right.
So, but like we said, thank you for joining us. I know it's been the long haul. We're pushing 5 hours now, but like Brian kind of was saying, damn, day 2 it takes so darn long at certain points of it. But
Yep.
Brian, for the people who are still in the live stream, give us what you're working on. I know that the draft is like half-ish way over, but I know
Yeah.
you're already taking your peek ahead and stuff. But what you got working, what you got cooking, and what's going on?
Yeah, just the usual stuff. Just on B Mafia and NFL on Twitter. Um, I posted earlier this morning my thoughts on the Matthew Golden pick and like what it means for 2025 and what it means going forward, like 2026 and beyond and stuff. And then tonight I have to go to work in like an hour or so. But since it's kind of slow at night at the hospital, I'll write up my thoughts on Williams and Belton and stuff. So that'll be up probably really late tonight or early morning if you're on the East Coast. And then work on that, and then I'm gonna go through their film and those guys' film, and I'll just post cut ups. What I try to do though, when I do post cut ups, I try not to just pick just like the big plays that like everybody posts. So I try and find like interesting little stuff that like maybe the ball like for receiver, for example, maybe the ball didn't go to him, but like he ran a really good route, or it was a really good block he put on this receiver or whatever, or not receiver on this DB or whatever it is. So I try and post like clips that's like different. And of course positive and negative clips. So like looking at things that like, oh, this is where he can improve, or maybe like here's some sort of physical kind of like what do you call it? I don't want to say flaw, but like something that could hold him back or negatively affect him as a player in the NFL and stuff like that. So I'll try and post those. Like I said, my article will be up probably tonight on Gridiron Heroics. Trying to think anything else I got coming up. Not much, just that type of stuff. And then once summer hits, we're going to start doing summer scouting. So for 2026, so get ready for that in May. We're going to be doing scouting reports in May for 2026. Over on Draft Professor, if anybody's curious.
Right on. Well, like I said, Brian, thank you so much for joining me for the long haul on this one, keeping me company. I know Joe will be back next year for the live stream because the draft will not be in Green Bay, and I don't think Joe is going to one in a non-Green Bay city. But
unless it's in Iowa.
that NFL team in Iowa. But just want to say thank you all for joining us today. Hope you enjoyed the live stream. As usual, go Pack Go and aloha.